Colleagues, can we be seated? Honorable MEC, the head of department, colleagues, our invited guests, we want to make a start. Let me upfront apologize for the time that we have lost. There have been a number of issues that we have had to attend to before coming here. So on behalf of the leadership of the department, I want to apologize for that. My name is Thembani Mchida, and I've been asked that this morning I start with the program directing. There will be some other colleagues who will be joining me in the process. But as we normally do in the department, I'll ask someone to lead us in a hymn so that Mr. Godlo, the director of Christiani West, comes forward and lead the session with a prayer. Uphi uMrs. Stolum udla ngokuhlabelela. Oh. Yenyane so zonke inhlaka zonke izizwe mazizuze usidi.
Makagobe ziti zonki embe zelo qelu tumo laula Yesu Gozanga we uko piti zetu yonakele na izwe lako wetu utolele zono zaku ongaitobi umbo yako sapo ala langosi singaitele imfundiso zezwi Zeusi Selele sive inyane so be seated just for a minute. Let us get our scripture reading from the Gospel according to St. Luke, chapter 5, verse 4, which reads as follows. When he had finished speaking, he said to Simon, "Put out into deep water and let down the nets for a catch." This is the word of God. Honorable MEC, our HOD, distinguished guests, members of the top management, and all our stakeholders, I greet you this morning in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Put out into deep water and let down the nets for a catch. Khweleliselani enzulwini niminatha ukuze nibambise inhlanzi. Quickly, a group of fishermen. Amongst them was Peter. They were cleaning their nets. They were cleaning their nets. And Jesus was on this mission to find team members. He did not go to a recruitment firm to find these men, but they were frustrated. He got into this boat that was used the previous night and started to teach because there was a crowd around him. As we all know that Jesus is a crowd puller. The previous night, and the reason why Peter was frustrated is because they failed the previous night to catch a single fish. And Jesus comes into this scene of failure and uses it as a pulpit to preach the word. Where Peter failed, Jesus comes, turns it into a pulpit. Having taught the crowd, he then turns his attention to Peter, who is frustrated. And he gives him an instruction. Put into deep water and put down the nets. Ladies and gentlemen, this would be the end of this conversation. Khweleliselani enzulwini. Now, the response is, Master, we tried the whole night. We got nothing. We tried. These were, they knew nothing in their lives except to go into the sea and fish. But Jesus gave instruction. Move away from the shore. Move away from the shore. Go deep into the sea. and put down your nets. Two things. They went on a boat into the sea for fishing. The lesson is they went alone. Now with Jesus in this boat, what seemed to be impossible was possible. Secondly, they obeyed the instruction. Listen, Peter's response was not to say, no, I know this thing. I've been in this, a business for some time. But he obeyed the instruction. Put down the nets. He did so. You know what happened? Quite a number of fish that they caught. The Bible says, beginning to break their nets because they caught quite a number of fish by obeying the instruction of God. In this, in Daba, let's do some kind of reflection. It's possible that for many years we have been fishing on the shore. Now let's change the approach, change the direction. Let's go deep. That's where the solution is. Secondly, let's obey this instruction that says, put down the nets. Put down the nets. Lastly, we are worshiping a God who makes things possible. It might seem impossible for now, but believe me, we are worshiping a God who would make things possible. All what we need to do, obey the instruction. Put down the nets. This is the word of God. Masithandaze. Heavenly Father, we come before the throne of your grace with gratitude this morning. We thank you, dear Lord, for the gift of life. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this day, a beautiful day. This is the day that you have created. Let us enjoy this beautiful day. Thank you, dear Lord, for bringing us together as this family of the Department of Education and our stakeholders. As we start this very important session, we invite your presence, Heavenly Father. We know without you, dear Lord, we are nothing. We know, Heavenly Father, that you are God of possibilities. We invite your presence. We ask that you guide us. Give us the wisdom that we need, Heavenly Father, so that at the end of the day, we may praise your name, because your name is worthy of praise. We ask this and many others in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Godlo. That's exactly what we have come to do here. We have come to put down the net so that we can see how many fish we are going to catch this time around. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Godlo. Honorable MEC, Head of Department, colleagues, as we are about to start with this very important session, I just want to confirm, Honorable MEC, that all the stakeholders that were invited are here. the leadership of the department from the provincial head office and also from our district offices are here. Our colleagues from the Department of Basic Education are also here. I have seen various stakeholders, including our local universities, they are our midst. There are representatives here from the various disability groups. They are part of us. As we start with our session, I have also spoken to our colleagues from NPA. They are here in numbers. So thank you so much, Head of Department. It seems that everyone that we wanted to have a conversation through this indaba with, they are here. So, ngesixhosa kudla kuthiwa ke icamagu livumile. Asinasizathu ke ngoko sokokuba singaqali. But as I am inviting someone who must come and introduce this occasion to all of us in his welcome and opening remarks, I just want to indicate that this is a topic, this is one of the subjects in the Department of Education that we are not always motivated nor encouraged to touch on. Siyayoyika into edibene ne-education for learners with disabilities. We are not very much keen, we are not always keen to talk about education for learners with barriers to learning and how to support them in the system. And I guess this is one of the sessions, Mr. Pata, through your show of the agenda. Oh, okay. Mr. Luthuli, sorry, DDG, I didn't understand. No, it's fine, but because here it's written Mr. Mpupu. Okay, no, it's fine. Can you please come forward? Can you please put your hands together in welcoming Mr. Luthuli, who also is experiencing some form of disability. If it's so, there could not have been a more relevant person to come and welcome us here other than Mr.
Honorable Kade, the executive management of the Department of Education, our stakeholders, the advisory committee to the MEC, our organized labor, our stakeholders in inclusive education, our institutions of higher learning, as well as all invited guests, all of you colleagues, you are welcome into this important event. As the Department of Basic, we have a primary responsibility that we derive from Section 29 of the Constitution. However, the primary objective of teaching and learning in our schools, the South African government developed what is known as White Paper 6 on inclusive education. That becomes our Bible on how do we shape, how do we ensure inclusivity in delivering basic education to all the learners of this country. This is not without a challenge. We are now gathered here from all different walks of life for the sole purpose of how do we ensure that indeed white paper becomes a reality. we've called upon scholars, interest groups to come and assist the department in shaping and navigating the rights and the needs of learners living with disabilities. We hope, Program Director, that after this session, we are going to have a blueprint that is going to assist our special schools to be able to realize the rights of people living with disabilities. And importantly, the white paper makes an emphasis around how do we then integrate them to the schooling system, broader schooling system. Partially, we are addressing some of the areas of the white paper 6. However, we are not integrating these learners into the main schooling system. There is a degree of marginalization that we need to respond. How do we ensure from physical infrastructure, the type of educator that we must have, the type of specialist that we're supposed to have as the sector that seeks to support living with special needs? There's a slogan, head of department, as I'm about to sit down. Back in the days, I was the champion of the sector, wherein we said, nothing for us without us. We might be gathered here, but we also need that one voice from those who are living with disabilities, so they can tell us how to shape the policies, Honorable MEC. Because our standpoint would somehow be a bit biased because of what we know. We need to say, please come, shape, assist, influence the policies of the department. So that as we resolve, at least to have a voice. Nothing for you or nothing for us without us. I'm also...
Can you assist me in inviting to the podium the head of department, Mrs. Sharon Masdorp, who will be doing setting the framework for the Indaba. Can you give her a very big round of applause? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning. So, good milestone for us as the Department of Education. This is the launching of a program that I know that has not taken off in the country, and I would like Mr. Ngobo to confirm that when he's speaking, to say indeed Eastern Cape is a province of the legends, and again we are making history. We are here today also to consult you. We are here today also for you to make your inputs and say, yes, Department of Education, we want to be part of that legacy. I want to challenge all of us here today. I'm for many years in the department, myself and Mr. But the best money you can leave for your children is the legacy you are leaving behind. If you sow good seeds, you will reap good seeds until the 4th generation. So what we are doing here, we are sowing good seeds so that we can reap from it. Now, before I start, Mr. Latuli indicated he got a slight disability. I think my MEC, I'm very proud of my MEC, and I will reflect it in my presentation, how MEC has really taken center stage in leading this program in the country. Let me also declare that the head of the Department of Education, Sharon Ann Masdorp, is also a person with disability, and MEC, My colleagues in the office are complaining. I was looking for Mr. Mshotana. He can testify, and also Ms. McLean and Ms. Plaulu and Ms. Jali, because of my disability. Now let me declare my disability. Attention deficit disorder, hyperactivity, split brain, can do more what the normal person is doing in a minute. If a normal person can move a book, I can move a book and a chair and something else. So they normally complain and say, we're still busy with your first sentence, then I'm at my 100th sentence. And then they say, but you ask us to do this, and I asked, did I not ask for it yesterday? Because I wanted it to be done last week, not today. So this is the challenge that we are facing. But today, I want me to phone in the morning Mr. Latuli and ask him, did you do A, B, C, and D? To phone Mr. Mchida, do you know this and this? To phone Mr. Chokadi, to phone the CFO. Because God has given me a brain that can cover so many things that one person is struggling with. This brain can do a lot. So it is a disability, but it is not determining my abilities to do things. And this is why we are. I want to start off just a few notes that I'm having with our vision. And I'm hoping that Chantal will quickly flight for me. MEC, we always put up our vision, our mission, and our values. But no one is coming back to us to say, Eastern Cape Department of Education, are you really implementing your vision? Let me read our vision. All learners provided equal opportunities to become productive, skilled, and global competitive citizens through an inclusive, innovative, quality, basic education. So today people can say many things about us, but I can say we are busy with the vision of this department, a vision that has been crafted and a vision that we are busy implementing, Mr. Pitter. And who is key to that vision today, colleagues, is our MEC. Just this morning, I reflected on our role, the role of our MEC. For those that don't know, MEC has been going through this province and been working with the disability sector to make sure we assess our learners, because we know and realize the importance to assess our learners. Many of us don't know. When we see that child and the child can't read with meaning, what do we say? I think this child is taking after the mother's family. I think this child is as stupid as the mother's family. And then we look at the child is not performing well, then we say, that father's family, they are like that. So he's stupid as the mother and as bad as the father, and getting to school and the teacher says, you will never make it. Just yesterday, MEC, I've got a WhatsApp message of a child with a disability that the teacher cannot cope with in class. She threw the child with a ball. The mother forwarded me photos of the child's lip, all broken because the teacher threw something at the learner, and the learner got a disability and she cannot cope with that disability. This is what's happening in our schools. What happened to me? The teacher used to give me an assignment. Before anybody was done, I was done. So what do you do with this child? Within 5 minutes, the child has done everything. Send her around, send her out of the class, because we don't want the child to be disruptive. This is what is taking place. The level of discrimination against people with disabilities. Sometimes we see disabilities like Mr. Latuli that has been in an accident and say, let me be sympathetic towards Mr. Latuli because I can run, Mr. Latuli cannot run. But what about me with a learning disability? What about me that examination? That is an inherited disability. It's a disability that you cannot see. It's the invisible disability we're sitting with. It's that disability that we are ashamed of. And many parents don't want to come out. Many parents don't want to admit that their children got a disability or a learning disability. They are ashamed. What did my mother do? She beat me. Because she didn't know how to handle a child that will climb a tree, jump off the tree, being on top of the roof, that my father had to say, don't jump, you're not superwoman, I will help you to climb down. What do we do with that child? We shove that child away and say that child is naughty. To say, I can't handle that kid. Today, I'm here. Not because of who I am, or where I'm coming from. But I'm here because of the grace of God. Because God had a destiny and a future for me that no one can change. No one can change God's calling and destiny for my life. And God is saying to everybody here, because that's why He made me the head of this Department of Education and having that passion for people. Will I come and stand before you and pretend what I'm not? I'm standing here before you to tell you my journey and how difficult my journey has been. Let me see one of the things that I've been going through, and I won't say who's been that manager. Now, because I cannot concentrate for long, so what I do my work. Mr. Jack is always complaining about me. He says, you're sitting next to the HOD, you're chatting, you relax, but the moment you look at your emails, you see there's 3 or 4 emails, but she's then sitting right next to you and she's smiling and talking, but at the same time she's typing and you look on your phone and here's all the emails. You came into being. Your days were already written in the book. Before I was formed, God is even aware of this day that I'm going to stand here today and give you my testimony. Some of you might walk out here and feel ashamed on my behalf, but I'm not ashamed. Because I'm here, testimony that any other child with a disability can make it. It's a testimony to say to the parents out there, please don't write your child off and regard that child is naughty and you cannot control that child. So colleagues, let me just go briefly to the presentation and touch on my most favorite slide. Mr. Ngobo will go back to DBE and he will give me 100% for this slide. This slide is about our learner. The learner is the center of everything. It's not about me, Dr. Piana, it's not about you, it's not about any of us here, but it's about the learner. So what we are saying about this learner, the learner is the center. But as the Department of Education, we also declare to say education is a societal matter. We cannot do it on our own. Hence, we're having our universities here. Hence, we are having the disability sector here. Hence, we're having so many stakeholders here because we say we cannot do it on our own. What we are saying, firstly, our business is teaching and learning, but we need the health department through ISHP And our CSTL program, so by the way, ISHP is integrated health program. No? So people says, don't use abbreviations. This is where, with science, the child must be tested. That child might sit in the classroom with a hearing problem and feel embarrassed. That child might not be able to see and sit at the back and trying to focus. That is where the Department of Health is coming in. That child might be orphaned. And that child maybe did not have a meal yesterday. The last meal was the NSNP meal. So we're saying we need all other departments to come alongside us. We're talking sexual molestation in our schools. We're talking justice. We're talking SAPS. We can't expect our educators to deal with the work of SAPS. But like last night's situation, I said to the parent, go and report because this is an assault. A teacher cannot throw a ball at a learner and the learner's mouth is all broken. It's assault in the classroom. So go and report and ask the district director to follow the necessary process. So we're saying that our vision of this department is based on White Paper 6 on inclusive education. Now, for many years, we have been talking special schools. If I'm standing here before you, MEC, I probably, if my parents were advantaged parents, I would have been in a special school because hyperactivity, attention deficit disorder, cannot concentrate. So my parents would have shipped me off to a special school because they need to get specialists to handle me. But I wasn't that privileged. So I went through a mainstream school and I made it. And I made it. But what we are saying with inclusive education, we will always have certain special schools. We're not saying we're doing away with special schools. But what we are saying, give the learner support where the learner is. Do not remove the child from the parents. It's traumatic to take a young child from his family where he can get support. Put the child in a hostel because the child is having some sort of disability. No? So for that child, it's good to be integrated and to be with the family. But can we do that? If our schools are not equipped, can we send that child to a school where the educators don't know how to handle that child, where there's no support? And this is what it's all about. How are we going to give support to our learners with disabilities in mainstream schools? And when I talk about disabilities, yes, we can talk about the ramps. But it's not only about physical disability. It's about the disability you cannot see. If everybody look at me today, you will say, no, she's fine. No. Yes, it has calmed down, Mr. Peter, but it's still there. That's why Mr. Shotana is complaining. He says, she was giving me this assignment, MEC, but I'm now way back to another assignment. You are still saying I'm coping with this one and you at assignment number 10. So what I'm saying to us, we are here today to reach out to the learner that we know that got a disability, but we can't see it. Can I tell you something else? These are the learners that are doing wonderfully in sports. There's a gentleman with the name of PC van Rooyen. He always used to brag and say, look at my rugby team. MEC, they're rough. I've watched the rugby teams of our special needs schools, the Bersig, the Baysvilles, and the Westviews. They're rough. Now, when I'm sitting there with my Titan watch, I'm not an HOD, I'm just watching as a parent, and you can see the roughness the excitement for the sport, and we can say that our learners are doing exceptionally well in sport. We're giving them that opportunity. But what about those in the mainstream schools? Can we move to the next slide? I don't have much to say, but this is, Chantal, can you skip that one? I'm not going to go into what we are having, the sign language, the SIAS policies. Let's just go on the slide of equity in education for all learners. MEC, this is where we are. We have the learner that can be maybe Mr. Sigobelo standing there watching a match. Then next to him, because I believe MEC, all psychologists are not 100%. So it might be the next will be Mr. Pitter next to Mr. Sigobelo. Then the other learner there might be Mr. Latuli or myself. So there's no equal opportunities for us. That is what the system is saying. The next to that, we bring Mr. Sigobelo a little bit down. We elevate Mr. Pitter a little bit because the support that we need to give to him is not that much, but he needs support. We get to me and Mr. Latuli, and we say, hey, that too, they really need extra support. So this is what it's all about. So that all of us will receive the same type of support so that we can make sure the vision that we have written here is being fulfilled. Colleagues, if we look in terms of the next slide, this is what the program is all about. Which learners will need mild to moderate intervention and support. We can talk about this, MEC, but we need to make sure our educators are trained so that they can do it. The first thing, and this is what should happen in the department, is to make sure all our educators are on board, so that through the SIAS process, we can identify the learners in mild to moderate or even severe support that they need, even in terms of psychosocial, in terms of medical support. This is what is so important of this program. MEC, now we're talking about an individual support system to a learner. The learner is now not only Simon Kapai, the learner is, we know him. We know where he comes from. We know his family circumstances. We know his medical circumstances. We know the psychosocial support and intervention he needs. So he carries that with him. If he got a reading disability and we could not master the reading disability in grade 1, then it goes to grade 2. The teacher will check and say, this is the progress we have made in terms of reading, in terms of writing, and the learner is on course now. Going to the next grade, we think the learner is fine, the learner can cope. Or we suggest that keep on supporting the learner. Now when the learner is finished with foundation phase, and we know grade 3 and 4 is of your most challenging grades. That's why they can say we're not doing well with reading in the country. But is it not because our learners, they're struggling with some serious challenges in terms of disabilities, and we are not supporting them? Now, colleagues, when the learner is getting to grade 7, and DBE got the policies of progression, and this is where we are not doing very well. MEC, we started this program, Mr. Pitter, 2017. Unfortunately, the program fell flat in 2018. It was not my doing. Now the learner is in grade 7. This is what we should do. Where do we direct that learners to? Do we have enough schools of skills, which we call technical occupational curriculum? And I had some district directors struggling with the concept of technical occupational curriculum. Technical occupational curriculum, your schools of skills. Technical vocational curriculum is your grades, is your level 6 and 7s that will become your engineers. So sometimes we confuse those concepts. Then is your mainstream schools, the ones that can really handle the curriculum. So they are mainstream learners. But your technical learners, because we get people from China and other countries, they are your level 6 and 7s. We should nurture them because our NDP is saying we need artisans, we need engineers, and so on. Now, to the colleagues, please don't feel offended if you are lighter than me and MEC in this meeting today. What I want to say, where we're coming from, our history and our background. If you, MEC, ask an electrician or a plumber to come out, we do this. The plumber, I'm not sure whether you're coming from, where I'm coming from. You look for an old, what do you call it, pillow covering, no? And then you see whether you cannot put it around the pipe so that the water cannot flow through the house. Because you don't want a plumber to come, you know it will cost you about 5 or 6. So you put MEC, a cloth around it to stop the water. Maybe some of you have never been there. I have been there because I'm thinking getting a plumber out. The plumber's going to charge me with his white bucket coming to the house to come and see where I've put the cloth. And then he's going to charge me for the pipe. And then he's going to charge me for the services. Mr. Van Rooyen, PC Van Rooyen, where is that plumber coming from? They're coming from the School of Skills. They're coming from the School of Skills. But what have we done to our learners? They get into matric, no career. This is the time that we need to overhaul the Department of Education to give our learners an education and an innovative quality basic education. So colleagues, this is why we are here. MEC, I'm also proud to say that the colleagues of inclusive education, and me and MEC must still go to Gali Tembani. I've got a district director here, MEC. Yo, I'm going to give his name to MEC, so I'm reporting him to MEC now to protect me against that district director. His name is Mr. Godlaw. Mr. Godlaw did not give me peace. Mr. Godlaw has worked so hard with the colleagues of inclusive education. And I can proudly say, under the leadership of Mr. Godlaw, Mr. Pitter, and Mr. Van Rooyen, we have started a wing at Gali Tembani for our learners. So let us just thank the colleagues. Me and MEC must still go there. So part of this meeting is to give opportunities. MEC, I want to report another district director to you. This district director, and I'm looking at him, he said to me when he was appointed in Amatola West, you see, I'm going there. There's no special schools, but watch me. My year will not be completed as a district director before I have my School of Skill. MEC, I'm reporting him also to you. I'm wondering who is that district director, and he's sitting right opposite me, Mr. Ngapai. So we know we will also support him. MEC, then I want to bring the balance. Myself and Dr. Payana traveled a bit together. And I want to say to Mr. Bangeni, what legacy are you leaving behind in Cluster A? What is your role in making sure that in each district we're having a school of skill? So this is what it's all about. Colleagues, I'm going to lock the doors today if there's no plan for schools of skills in Cluster A. I've done my groundwork, MEC. It's now about implementation. Colleagues, allow me also, before I'm sitting down, a lot of consultation has been done with our social partners, with our unions. We have spoken to our HR for the HR support we need, the additional support we need with the PPN. And allow me to thank the Directorate for the work they have done, for their foresight and the work they have put together. For everybody that has worked on this concept, I must indicate to you that I'm immensely proud of you, that you have come thus far and say today we are ready to launch. However, MEC, I don't want competition for MEC and myself. When me and MEC recently went to Fondisa Special Schools to hand over the vehicles, and the school was singing and dancing, and I was happy. They were singing and dancing for MEC, so here a little bit for me also. But then every speaker that came up was talking about the Directorate. I'm like, I'm here. You know, the Directorate is doing this, and we've got a good relationship with the Directorate, and they know of our issues. Well done, inclusive education. It's not about me. It's not about MEC. We're there to support you. But when your schools are talking good about you, then we know we're on the right track as a department. So thank you for this. So whoever is part of that Directorate, I'm really commending you for excellent work that you are doing. Colleagues, as I'm landing now, I'm not landing, Mr. Pitter, because the flight was not successful. I'm landing to bless this occasion. I'm landing in saying it's not about my disability, but it's about my ability. And I've got my own personal testimony. What is impossible with men is possible by God. Matthew 19, verse 26. And then also, Tata Madiba used to say, it always seems impossible until it's done. Congratulations to the team and for everybody that worked with them. My sincere, heartfelt appreciation to my MEC that has been leading in this sector, and I declare this Indaba opened and blessed. I thank you. Mr. Mchida, they're not happy with me. They can't clap for me like this. It means they want tea. I've discussed with MEC and we thought we don't want fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We will catch up during the day, but let us give them an opportunity also, Mr. Mchida, just to have a bit of tea. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm standing here next to a gentleman within his DNA is inclusive education. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, HOD. Colleagues, I don't think that is enough for an HOD who has so beautifully articulated the reason why we are here, giving the background, the very important history of this journey that for a long time we started since the promulgation of White Paper 6 in this country. So can you please give him a very resounding round of applause? Thank you so much. HOD, thank you so much. I think that you've said a mouthful. Now, even those who were not sure why Mr. Pata called us here, now they know, they understand. Thank you so much, HOD. Without much ado, colleagues, can we move to item 105, and we shall be inviting our teacher unions in that order. We shall start with SAOU. Are you here, colleagues? Yes, thank you so much. Meanwhile, PSA are getting themselves ready. NAPTOSA will follow, NEHA will follow, and then SADU will follow. 2, 4, 5. We have a maximum of 5 minutes for you, sir. Thank you so much.
Good morning, MEC, honorable guests here. I'm representing SOE. My name is Werner Oosthuizen, and I also teach at Baysville School. And I'm glad of what you said. Man. And PSA had something to say there at the back when you spoke about those rugby teams. I must just say that. The SOE, we firmly believes that every learner, regardless of background, language, ability, or circumstances, deserve the same opportunity to reach their full potential. Education is the foundation of a fair and thriving society, and we are committed to creating schools where diversity is valued and every learner feels seen, supported, and empowered. Inclusivity is not just a policy for us. It is a promise to stand for fairness, respect, and equal access to quality education for all. Together, we can build classrooms that celebrate our differences and unite us in learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, SAOU. Can you give him a round of applause? Has saved us some few minutes. And PSA, are you here? NAPTOSA? Oh. Please encourage NAPTOSA with a round of applause as she's taking up the podium. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anyhow, if you are here, I hope that you'll be taking the front seat. Over to you, ma'am.
Program Director, Honorable MEC, the management in the department, and the advisory committee for the MEC, and the dignitaries from all the invited organizations. Let me say, NAPTOSA is grateful that you are part of this. This is a very important occasion. We are here not to start anything new, but we are here to overhaul the engine. We are here to oil the screws, tighten the screws. All of us gathered here have a responsibility in that. And as NAPTOSA, specifically the Teacher Development Institute, and the professional matters portfolio, we feel that we have a bigger role to play. We so wish that DBE would consider declaring one of the programs for TUC as an inclusive education program. That will bring meaning to the project of teacher union collaboration, where we feel that this cannot be the responsibility of the Inclusive Education Directorate alone. We have to share in this. Curriculum should roll up their sleeves. Every other section of the department should roll up the sleeves if we want to achieve this mission. The mission is implement appropriate and relevant education program, inclusive, innovative, quality teaching and learning. Strengthen social cohesion through mobilization of communities and stakeholders' support and participation. Institutionalize a culture of accountability at all levels of the department. Eliminate digital divide by providing equitable access to connectivity. So the question for these 3 days is, how far are we in achieving this mission? And I believe that by the time we leave this place, we will be having a strong and better strategy to move forward and achieve the mission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Naptosa. Can we now welcome with a round of applause, Neha? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director. We greet the Honorable MEC and the HOD of the department, including all stakeholders that are in the education sector. We want to start by quoting the words of the late President Nelson Mandela, where he cited that education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. So our schools supposed to provide learners with necessary tools with which to survive the fourth industrial revolution. Technology, affordable access to quality education for all, regardless of race. The decolonization of schools involve people who are previously marginalized under apartheid, choosing to embrace and recognize our own cultures, tell our stories, study from books written by African intelligentsia, and run institutions based on values that are reflective of African culture as opposed to the Eurocentric models. It is then indeed that Eurocentric epistemologies are still firmly entrenched in South African education institutions and a call for intellectual spaces to be decolonized and derationalized and demasculinized and degendered is factual. We believe in reimagining the education sector in the province and would involve, amongst other things, focusing on systematic learner success by prioritizing inclusivity, affordability, accessibility, and fostering skills needed for the 21st century through curriculum reforms and flexible learning. So, we're coming then from the part of Nehau to say that it is high time that this Indaba specifically deals with matters that are also going to talk on how do we then ensure that the Eastern Cape at large is able then to ensure that learners that are coming from schools are able then to be properly integrated as and when they are leaving the schooling system and entering therefore the education system. We appreciate the effort that have been taken by the department to ensure that this Indaba will then forge a way for all of us then to say, what do we want to see as an Eastern Cape, and how do we want then to improve the lives of our people in the Eastern Cape? Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Nehau. Can we then invite Satu? Please do assist her as she's coming up with a round of applause. Umfundisi. Thank you so much. Ziyabantu ezathetha ke mhlawumbe zawubashushu after that.
The Program Director, Honorable MEC for Education, Madam Head of Department, officials of the department, distinguished guests, colleagues, and fellow educators, good morning. On behalf of SADTU in the Eastern Cape, it is an honor to bring you a message of support at this important Indaba, an event that gives life to the idea of building the Eastern Cape we want as the home of legends. As SADTU, we believe that education is not just a departmental responsibility, but it is a collective mission. Every policy we craft, every classroom we step into, and every learner we support shape kind of society we become. This Indaba reminds us that progress in education is only possible when all of us, unions, the government, communities, and institutions work together with shared purpose. We welcome the department's focus on inclusivity and transformation agenda. For too long, inequality and barriers for learning have limited the potential of many of our learners, as it was attested by Madam HOD this morning. True inclusion means that no children is left behind because of their background, their circumstances, or their abilities. This also means supporting the teachers and education workers who make inclusion real every day in our schools. SADTU stands firm in commitment to education system that is fair, properly resourced, and rooted in social justice. We continue to advocate for professional development, mental health support, and safe working conditions for educators. Because teachers who are cared for, Madam HOD, are those who are in turn care for our learners. We also recognize the transformation requires innovations. The digital era and epoch offers incredible possibilities, but it also exposes the deep divide between those who have access and those who do not have access, the have and the have-nots. We urge continued investments in connectivity, infrastructure, and training so that technology becomes a bridge, not a barrier to learning. To our colleagues in the department, we say as SADTU, let this Indaba be more than a discussion. Let it be a turning point that strengthens accountability, coordination, and implementation of White Paper 6. We need action that speaks to the realities in the classroom, from overcrowding and strategies to the unique needs of learners with barriers to learning. To our dear teachers, we say remain steadfast. The challenges we face are great, but the work we do is greater. Each lesson taught, each learner supported, and each success achieved moves us closer to the society we all envisaged. and envisioned. One build, one equality, knowledge and dignity. As SADU, as we learned of the Eastern Cape, we affirm our partnership with the Department of Education in transforming education for the better. Let us continue to work hand in hand, guided by the shared vision of quality, inclusive and accessible education for all, as enshrined in the Constitution of the country. Together we can build not just Eastern Cape we want, but the South African, our children we deserve. SADU serving with passion, building with purpose. Thank you, Chairperson.
Now, USADU demanded a greater and warmer round of applause as they were coming up. So can we please give them a very big round of applause? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, then that brings us to a break for tea. According to the program, we are given 30 minutes, which means therefore it will be 11:15 up to 11:45. So if we can just come back and be seated by 11:45 so that we can actually proceed with our program. So please, I'm not sure whether there is anyone who's going to direct us. Where do we go for tea? Is it at the back? Is it on the side? Is there someone who can help us? It is at the back, so I am advised. So it is where the entrance is. That's where we are directed to go for our tea. So can I ask then that we break for tea and that we are back and seated by 11:45. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Makalima, and over to you, sir.
The program director, Honorable MEC, Honorable HOD, the directorates, all present here, especially the Inclusive Education Directorate, the invited guests, I greet you all in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, amen. I'm standing here representing SANASE as an association representing special school full services and care centers. I would like to say we are really pleased to be part of this momentous occasion. I think the first time I was here, it was 2019, and it was my first time when I was the principal of Tsolo Special School. So our duty as SANASE from the Indaba that is here, we really would like to see quality education being given to learners with special needs, where they are able to adapt to the outside work after schooling system. As SANASE, we would like to have relations with inclusive education because they are the main people who are responsible for assisting and capacitating special needs in special schools and full service schools. So with those relations, we believe that learners with special needs would get quality education. One of the key aspects that as this association is the inclusivity to be realized in totality, where it is stated under White Paper 6 that learners in special education should be included in the mainstream schooling. That cannot be achieved if there is no capacitation in those educators that are in the mainstream schools. If learners are being assessed and they are being dumped back to the mainstream schools, there was the time when there were remedial educators. And I believe if remedial educators can be brought back so that learners, especially those who are still young, who are unable to leave their homes, are assisted in their places of comfort. So I believe that can be done. And again, as SANASE together with Inclusive Education, we had a meeting where a discussion around the SID curriculum or DCAPS there was those discussions, and a concept document was drafted because one of the key priorities in special education, especially in DCAPS, there are electives where learners are being skilled. So by that, learners, when they are skilled, they are able to adapt to the world of work. Again, another issue that is important, which we would like to be addressed here, is the key issue of technical occupational skills, where we believe that learners having been skilled, those learners can be able to do something on their own. So, as SANASE, we believe that all those matters, if they are taken into consideration, we can be glad. So we are appealing to the Directorate of Inclusive Education, we are appealing to the head office that the key matters of inclusivity be taken into consideration. When Mr. Lutuli was here, he said one of the slogans for inclusive education is nothing about us without us. So we are really happy that we are here, included here, so that when we go back to our sites, we are able to impart what we have gained here. to be in this place must not be here for pleasure. We are hoping that a lot of ground should be covered so that inclusive education is realized. And another aspect that I think we should take to be taken into consideration is the resourcing of special schools, because these special schools are referred to as resource centers. So as resource centers, they need to be resourced both in human and educational devices. We are glad that on that side of educational devices, that has been taken care of, but we are still crying about the issue of human resource, because those learners, when they are there in the hostels, they need to be taken care of. So if there are no people who are taken care of, there can be a problem. And another issue is the issue of transport. I've been in a meeting in Joburg where there were other provinces. I heard from Limpopo that all schools, special schools, were given buses, but there are buses for learners with physical disabilities. And I would like that to be addressed. For instance, that if there is a chance, if the Inclusive Education Directorate can go out to Limpopo for benchmarking and see what is it that they are doing, so that learners with physical disabilities are catered for in their own transport. Because the transport that are for special education with physical disabilities are not conducive to them. By that, I would like to say, I am hoping that what is happening here will be a history in the making, so that when after a certain time we come here, resolutions taken here are being passed and they are considered. I thank you.
Another round of applause for Mr. Makalima. Thank you so much, Mr. Makalima. And I know that some of the important issues that we have raised are provided for in our commissions, including the last part of transport that is suitable for our learners. Mr. Petuka is our next speaker. Mr. Petuka from Madigalibis Eligama. But can you give Mr. Petuka a very big round of applause? Disability, economic empowerment. Over to you, Mr. Petuka.
Program Director, Mr. Mchida, Good Disability Economic Empowerment Trust. Good day, Program Director, the Honorable MEC, the HOD, all senior managers present, all officials present, distinguished guests, the leadership from the disability sector representing all organizations in the province, fellow trade union leaders. I'm not going to be long. A good day to you all, or good morning. I'm just going to narrate a few stories through my presentation, which is not going to be long, Program Director. I'm struggling with the lights, but it's okay. Mr. Peter, in 2017, we had a discussion with the then MEC, the late MEC Makupula, and had discussions with the HOD, the then HOD, the late HOD Themba Gojana, may their soul rest in peace. And that time, as an employee of DIT, there was a serious outcry about many learners with disabilities that are out of school. And I would go to their office, meet both of them and say, if you're not changing the landscape, we're creating further problems, that there's a wave of Amapara, and we are going to add these kids to that wave. And at some point, I had to buy a packet of cigarettes, just to make sure that the late MEC Makupola doesn't send anyone to go and buy cigarettes. I can always provide, as his gets finished, I would say, here's another packet of Kotley. And we ended up agreeing that the department alone will never win the fight. We signed an MOU in 2018 on the 11th month. I think people would know that the 3rd of November to the 3rd of December is Disability Awareness Month. And in 2015, the National Cabinet approved the white paper on the rights of persons with disability. And in the white paper, they went further to develop a program of action, which then talked to all the departments and the sectors. And that program of action was then given to all DGs to say, this is what we want to see happening when it comes to disability mainstreaming. So it then became a Bible of how do you mainstream disability, how do you also ensure as a Department of Education, apart from human resources, how do you ensure that we have an inclusive system through White Paper 6, and how do we make sure that all learners are provided the required support to be able to be part of learning. We then agreed in 2018 that we are going to host the first Indaba in 2019, which was, I think, hosted here. During the Indaba, and I'm talking organizational, I'm not talking individuals. I'll bring it close to MEC Gade and the current HOD. During the Indaba, we agreed that we need to maximize the issue of implementing inclusive education through ensuring that we increase the number of schools that accommodate learners with disabilities. We identify those learners that are at what you call mainstream schools and full service schools. And that since increased. But we went further to say, we need to ensure that those full service schools get the support that they require, and special schools can be used as models. Since then, I can proudly say, because you are a listening department, we increased human resources to make sure that that happens. We, since 2019 to date, ensured through your decisions that we can appoint the services that are required, and this is what the department delivered, and it must be commended for that. Since 2019 to date, you appointed 15 registered psychologists, 25 therapists, and further to that, we assessed more than 4,500 learners, visiting all the districts. And we also ensured that we train over 1,500 educators, providing programs such as South African Sign Language, train them in autism, how to manage autism, and we increase braille production for those learners with sight impairments. We have further ensured that the learners that comes from these special schools are not lost, because what we're trying to do as a Department of Education, we're promoting independent living so that as the fiscus grow, we also don't increase the burden of fiscus through the grants, the social grants. This province alone pays over 52 billion to social grants that gets propelled through the process of the social services net. Now, coming closer home, we know that there was an issue about the statistics that were quoted as they were coming from DBE. There was an issue that over 700 learners are outside school. It was then checked, we went down to 512, if I can remember. DBE had to clarify by sending a note, I don't want to say circular, that says, you misunderstood what we as DBE were talking about when we're talking about kids that are outside school. The bottom line is, we still have quite a number of learners that remains in the periphery outside school. Our biggest challenge, MEC as a province, is that we have Elspeth learners, those learners that are left to fend for themselves through their parents. You have parents that have organized themselves, who have started centers to make sure that they provide learning for these learners with intellectual disabilities. They try sometimes to take them to the so-called mainstream schools. They get abused by the systems, not individuals. They then go back to those centers. Those parents, we have over 300 of them in the province, had to leave their work to go and stay at those centers, to volunteer their services to look after the learners. We're happy, MEC, that as we speak, the department is trying to find a way of compensating those parents. Inclusive education, and I'm saying this may be out of 10, the challenge is that your budget largely depends on that grant. Your budget largely depends on that grant, and that grant gets to do certain things, but it forgets that there are human resources that must ensure that those kids are taken through the learning program. And most of them end up being out of school-going age, and no one wants to do anything with those kids. Some of them end up in streets. We always call them names. Coming back to my presentation, Chair, I thought I should just on that. Where's this thing, Tadum Chida? Oh, yeah. I'm not good at making presentation, program director, so I will try. It one. Iole. And how do I? Red is back. All right. So what we are going to do is to demonstrate that because we are in the Disability Rights Month, which then talks to forming partnerships, that talks to collaboration, so that we make sure that the society is inclusive. We are just going to demonstrate a few things to show that through the partnership with the sector through DIT, that we have managed to a certain extent, together with the department and other government departments, to drive an inclusive economy and skills development programs through this partnership. Sorry, I am now disabled, you see. What you must then know, Chair, Program Director, is that because disability is not a person, disability is not a person. That's why we are not living with disability. You know, those that live with disability have died. We made sure they die. Because disability can't be a person. A person is a person surrounded by all forms of disabilities. One of the serious disability in the world is an attitude. It's an attitude of those people that believes that they are different from us. That attitude itself becomes a barrier that excludes us from the mainstream society. The environment becomes a serious barrier which then prevents us from participating fully like any other person. We were, MEC Gado, we were in a meeting recently, and one of the senior leaders said, you can't be wearing a hat in this meeting. This is a government meeting, you must take off the hat. We were so embarrassed because a hat that you see Mr. Ngubo wearing, the chairperson of DPSA, might contribute to his reasonable accommodation. So it is important that as we engage disability, we understand that what makes people different is when we don't provide reasonable accommodation to all disabled people, then it becomes a challenge. We are just going to go to key focus areas that came as a result of our partnership, which talks to inclusive infrastructure and universal design, inclusive teaching, learning support, planning, budgeting and monitoring, and community and multi-sector partnership. Universal accessibility is not meant for persons with disabilities. That's why we call it universal accessibility. It simply means that all of us can use the same facilities without modifying a facility to make other people feel special. Through the ASIDI program, the department has gone very far in ensuring that as they deliver the ASIDI programs, all schools are universally accessible. The biggest challenge becomes we end up on the built environment itself and we forget what is inside. You find that the school is universally accessible, but the teaching method remains inaccessible and it rejects the learners that requires differentiated approaches to leave the school. We have worked with the department to ensure that the teachers that are at special schools and not abani batampayo, you must go to a special school. Those that are there at those schools because they are there to teach, it's their calling. We have ensured with the department that they get the support they get. It won't be enough, but will continue to be incremental. The budgeting and monitoring process, the biggest problem, MEC, is that inclusive education is an island. When you talk inclusive education, it's a program there in the corner of the department. It belongs to the directorate, and no one else wants to be associated with it. That remains a challenge because they don't even get invited in some mainstream programs, or if they run their programs, they must fend for themselves. We need to include inclusive education in the total scheme of things within the department and ensure that we appropriate the budget accordingly. We must ensure that communities and multi-sector partners continues to play a role because, I'll make an example, Mr. Mchida. We went to Nelson Mandela, is it special school in Umtata recently. An old lady, a lady of 70 years was in school. You know why that lady was in school? She had to sit with a child every day in class. Make sure when there's break, lunch break, she runs around after the child to make sure that the child is taken care of. We, as did through the Social Employment Fund, we made sure that we remove that lady from that class. We in the process, so that we bring someone who could support that child other than the old lady who is going to have then it becomes a sin. Immediately the other kid sees this mother sitting next to the child, or umakoko, they realize that the child is different from them. Xa kuthethwa nge-disability, you can see emisebekugcwele apha, uyabona mos, it's another subject. Ayisichaphazeli, yabo? Xa kuthethwa nge-disability, the first thing that comes into the minds of people is a wheelchair. You talk disability, it's a wheelchair. We want to see that sign with the person sitting on the wheelchair and the long wheels, and we know that parking he must use that ramp, he must use that toilet, she must not go this route. Colleagues, there are a lot of invisible disabilities that we're confronted with daily. So as we plan around infrastructure, we cannot only plan about ramps. We cannot only plan about ablution facilities. We must even plan lighting. How do we make sure that as people walk into that class, the lights are correct? How do we make sure that the floor is correct? How do we make sure that people that are totally blind have braille on the floor so that they can independently walk and do what other people are doing? We have a crisis of autism in the country. The MEC, through the briefing, I think touched on it, but it is sometimes man-made, out of negligence, especially thina bantu bamnyama. Out of our own negligence, we perpetuate certain disabilities. And after that, we get scared of them, we run away from them. So when we talk universal accessibility, colleagues, I think it is important that as we deliver services to the people, we engage the specialists so that we can cover all types of disabilities. And as quite 10, as quite 50, as quite 100, they are more than that. Abanye bayabuza abantu xa bephakama uba inoba yakhe disability but akujonge nasezipini. Akujonge nakuziphi uba uziphi wakho uqhoboshwe kakuhle. It is so unfortunate. It is so unfortunate that some of us are scared of it up to an extent that we want to disassociate. But I bet you my last dollar, all of you have some form of disability. Some of you are scared of declaring it, but you know that you have some form of disability. So as you prepare services that gets delivered to people, just mainstream the services. When we get to, when we deal with inclusive teaching and learning, and remember we work for NGOs, we might not be specialists in the field, but we base our experiences on living experiences, lived experiences. Because as advocates in the NGOs, we must be masters of everything, all right? You come across a child with this disability or someone with this disability, you must find a way of dealing with, starting from counseling, starting from ensuring that the parents understand that this child must be at school. But when you've advocated that this parent must accept the disability of a child, you don't want that rejection from the classroom or from the department. So it is important that as we provide adaptive programs and assistive devices or assistive technology, we ensure that it talks to a child. You see, I'm standing next to a sign language interpreter, MEC. I've seen many meetings where you have 20 sign language interpreters, but they are talking to themselves. Because as we invite people to meetings, we don't ask them, what type of reasonable accommodation do you want? We compound all disabilities and think because these people are deaf, they must listen through a sign language interpreter. And you find that none of them can actually understand sign language because some of the people got deaf at a very late age. So they cannot read from the sign language. They must be able to be told or asked, what do you want? And they will tell you. I made a joke yesterday as we were preparing here to Majid that you must lip read because you cannot understand sign language. And that's how other people are fending for themselves. We must provide facilities and ensure that as we provide braille and psychosocial support, we talk to disabled people themselves and understand the learners. What exactly do you want? Where's Vukuhambe here? Is the principal of Vukuhambe here? When we're doing the evaluation of the services we're delivering with the Department of Education, Honorable MEC, the deputy principal of Vukuhambe says to us, hey, nisincedile uyazi. Kukho laa mntana besisesimfake emgqomeni sicinga uba akazupasa. This child cannot learn. So we have decided that one, she's there, she's just going to sit there, we'll deal with the others, but just for her safety, she must come to school. We deployed another disabled person, another person with disability to be that teacher assistant. And the child passed, and today the child is at university. Because we said to the school, Nimbuzile now Funandon, did you ask him or her what he or she wants? They said no, but we said it starts there. You must engage. She's a young adult. She will tell you exactly about kutheni enganiva. So if you work with the sector specialists, you work with communities, it makes your life easy as the department. And I'm not reflecting negatively on the, I'm just trying to show you that lived experiences can actually assist the department in understanding how to deal with differentiated approach. I'm gonna skip some of the slides. Now, when you look at what basic education is offering, the director from Inclusive Education, it differs, like Sanase was saying, and Sanase, Limpopo must come and learn from us. It might not be about a school bus. It might be about the holistic approach of inclusive education, but I think we must take that point. The Department of Basic Education has a program at national that talks to inclusive education, but provinces must find their own way. There is no clear guidance. Whilst for all other programs, there's norms and standards, there's clear policies. Here we must hash and rehash what needs to be done. We're recently dealing with the court case implementation. I think the court case is 10 years old, where there was a court ruling that says this must happen. Up until the circular was issued, we started engaging the centers, we started engaging different sub-disability sectors, and I think the department and the province is on the right path in ensuring that, apart from the court case itself, but all children are equal. And all children require support, and all children needs to be educated. We continue to build capacity together with the department. Some people bayadinwa endleleni. I can't be wrong. No Moses wadinwa Mosandich. No Moses wadinwa hambi minyaka wathi seyibona phayikana na wadinwa. uThixo wathi awuzufika wena uyaphela apha. Uzawuthatha umninawa okanye umkhulu akaqhubeke. So we understand those things. But what is important to note is that through the leadership of the MEC, this program has been institutionalized. It's no longer a standalone program. It therefore means that when you invite people to indabas of this nature, you must also find a way of inviting those principals from so-called mainstream schools, because there are many kids with disabilities in those schools. You know what happened to them? When they don't understand, they get taken to youth centers to say this one cannot behave, this one is doing this one is doing that. But if we work together in an integrated, inclusive approach, we can make sure that everyone embraces the program. The role of advocacy, which is the topic that I was given. Unfortunately, when you advocate for transformation, Mr. Schober, and change, you are going to make many enemies. If you don't make enemies, then you must know you are not advocating for nothing. You must make enemies because change is difficult and people look at themselves first before they look at what is around them. So you have a lot of disabled people's organization. If you talk about blind learners, we can bring you South African Council for the Blind and say, here is a partner that you can talk to around this issue. Deaf learners, we can bring DEFSA and other deaf organizations and say, here is what you need to listen to. And we must continue to empower the families. I must also commend the MEC for the bold step that was taken last year and year before last. In that there were learners that are coming from special schools who could not be taken in universities or at university. But this department bent backwards and forward to ensure that those learners are there, including providing them a place to stay other than the university campuses, which could not accommodate them. It's a constitutional imperative that as you sit here, as you go, you must know it's not about what you feel, what you think, and how you see people. It's the fact that you decided to be an educator or to play in this space. And as you play in this space, unfortunately, all kids are supposed to be educated and provided with learning and teaching. As I'm going to sit down and I'm going to tell you few numbers, and we want to prove that the partnerships work. It is the responsibility of everyone to ensure that everyone is part of mainstream education. Each school and official must commit to accessibility. MEC, together with the late MEC Makupula, we went to, is it Mount Fletcher? We went to Mount Fletcher, I think it was 2018, 2019. When we got there was no school, special school in the area. That other school was beginning to close down. But the statistics of the province was telling us that in this radius, you are going to lose all kids with disabilities because there is no school here. We went to Mount Fletcher School. There was no hostel, Mr. Mchida. But there were prefabs, I think, that were left because of this program rationalization. So the school was left with prefabs there. We said, we know the norms and standards might not agree, DBE, that you need to accommodate learners here. But kumele befundile sithini. We went and bought beds out of our own money as a trust. We went and bought beds, mattresses, blankets to make sure that those learners have a hostel. We bought furniture, we bought groceries. We even gave that school 20 people to support that school through the EPWP program. We know that that school might not be part of the plans in terms of the budget. But you can't open a school in Krisani, east or west, and close a special school in the periphery, which is Joe Gabi, there in Mount Fletcher. We must find a way. We must find a way, DBE and the MEC, of retaining that school and intervening instead of closing the school, because just the distance between this province, that district and another district, it means the department must now have extra transport. You must take them to another hostel school. You're creating problems for their parents because they are going to dump their kids there and only see them there. We have, for the past 4 years, paid support services to maintain that school because we knew that the community there needs that school. We went further, Mr. Pata, to build a center not far from that school, which is a center that will look at those learners with severe disabilities, but which will be a model center to make sure early childhood development begins. I think MEC was there at that center when that center was open. So it is our plea as the sector. Sicela nisigcine esasikolo. Siyanibongoza, sicela ngenhliziyo eqophokileyo. We have committed on building autism schools in this province. We're still struggling to build one. The MEC went to education. Some are working, some we're still trying to education. Some are working, some we're still trying to place them. We have trained 300 artisans. We went to special schools. In BCM and Nelson Mandela, we asked for these learners. Those learners are still part of the Social Employment Fund program. We have established companies for them where they are now going to start working and live independently. So we're calling on all of you, fellow educators, advocates in this sector, to really think again. To really think again. Am I here to wait for the 20th of the month, or am I here to ensure that akomntana uphumayo esikolweni ngenxa yami? Because you're running a risk that that child will come and kill you because you denied him or her. Niyayazi mos kwenzeka ntwana efata andizungena bise intsuma. That child will leave you, come back, come and rob you because akananto yokwenza. Finally, we have Mr. Mchida, just to give you a rundown so that I sit down. And ndicela nguthetha so ndithathwe i-chance. We have, through this partnership, colleagues, I've shown you the other numbers. We've reduced DBE, the backlog of the assessments from 2015 to date by 60%. We're struggling a bit with some people that don't want to assess these learners, but the department has made a commitment that they are going to assess these learners. Between now and next year, we are going to be assessing another 500 learners and place them, because and the MEC always intervene. If we say this learner needs to be placed, the MEC will even call and say, take a GG vehicle, go and pick up this child and take this child to school. Some of them baqala xa siphuma isikolo, but bayaqalisa. We have had 200 ambassadors coming from this partnership of the learners. Vukwambe, we have placed 40 people there to support education, because the teachers don't have much time to make sure that these learners go through certain processes. We are paying them through the Social Employment Fund. Alfred Nzo, we've placed 40. Krisani, we've placed 30. OR Tambo, we've placed 20. Mount Fletcher Special Schools, we've placed 30. We are placing others in the other part of Jogabi, especially on the early childhood development centers. We are currently training learners from the special schools today, started yesterday, 300 of them. Guess what, MEC? 8,500 of them are earning a salary. 8,500 of them are earning a salary. It might not be enough, but abakweli panoi bayo ichaphandle la mali. It's money that remains in the province. We have supported arts and culture through 500 children and youth. And we've created interdepartmental collaborations with 6 departments through this program, which is funding them. And finally, Mr. Mchida, we are grateful to the department that at some point you got to listen to our call when we said, allow us to be part of the implementing agencies so that we can model universal accessibility in the province. And that program has started. I was traveling with my General Secretary at DPSA many years ago. He is now retired. He used to be the DG for Social Development. He's amputated on the left-hand side. No, actually on the right-hand side. So we're traveling. We had a trip. He was a bus driver with one hand, driving a manual vehicle. It was a condo then. So we got stopped by the traffic officers. And it was a speed trap, so he had to be fined. So the traffic officer came and said, but sir, you're driving too fast. You know you're not supposed to be driving. I said, yeah, I apologize. He said, where's your license? So he would go using his mouth to take out the license because the other hand is on the steering and move it to this amputated arm. Yabaleka, a traffic officer. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that he deserves a much more resounding round of applause. Can you give him? He deserves it. I think I like it when he says, all of us have one form or the other of disabilities. None of us is spared. She was also confessing hers. So all of us, and indeed, it is very true. These are some of the people, especially who Disability Economic Empowerment Trust with the Department of Education, even far before the promulgation of White Paper 6, when there was just nothing in terms of policy in this country that was regulating provision of education for learners who experienced or had barriers to learning. We were the first province here to develop our own interim policy And we were indeed the first province. I was asking Mr. Pata that the last time I checked when I was involved, whether there are any national norms and standards for resourcing or funding of special schools. And they were saying, up to this stage, there is none. But guess what? Tina in the Eastern Cape, we do have our own interim funding policy for our special schools. Can you give that a very big round of applause? Mr. Petuk, I think that you've given us a lot that we could want to talk about, but I'm hoping that that is very useful provision for our commissions. There are so many things that we have raised. Colleagues, without any much ado, remember I allowed Mr. Petuka to exceed the time that was allocated to him, because I felt, as I hope that you also share that sentiment with me, that it was very necessary to allow him to do that. Kukho ke isicelo, very official one, that masike simane sixuba nalapha ekuthetheni ukulungiselela okokuba the reasonable accommodation that he is talking about, that we also do it as we are also making our inputs. Kukhona apha abantu who are very important active participants in this session abangakwaziyo ukuyiva yonke into esiyithethayo. So makhe simane ke sixuba ke njengokuba sithetha. Now that takes us to the Director for Inclusive Education from DBE, Mr. J. Ngobo. Give him a very big round of applause, Mr. Ngobo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Muti.
Program Director, it's important to sometimes have a conversation. That's why I want to see you. The lights are like a bit hectic. But let me start by saying that as a country, this is what we are doing, and I was happy to hear first the MEC and the HOD saying exactly what it is that the country is trying to do now. In other words, we are at that stage where the country is making sure that all the children are in schools. And it's one of our major initiatives in the country. And it's something that we have to do. In other words, I'm saying the time for talking about it is gone. It's the time to do it, and I'm happy to see that we are doing it. And let me share with you a bit of the story that we see developing and why this is important. In 2023-2024, remember in 2022-23, the Director General had issued communication to provincial education departments that all the children that are in special care centers, community-based special care centers, must be in schools. Because he had realized that the numbers were increasing outside of the schools. And since then, we have seen some movement from provincial education departments. I thought that I should share that. If you look at 2023-24, this was the first year of the circular S28 of 2023. If you don't have that circular, please communicate with Mr. Pata, make sure that you've got it. Circular S28 of 2023. That's when the DG is guiding. And why that particular matter is because in the implementation of Education White Paper 6, that is where we've not done well. Mobilization and placement of children who are out of school, particularly those who have disabilities. We've not done well there. But look at what we're doing, and then we place in 2023-24, 226. We're so disappointed. Then look at what you do the following year. I'm talking about the whole country here. 2024, 2025, we doubled that. 403. And then currently, I think in Q2, we're sitting at 212. I'm sure we are much, much higher than that now. But this is what I want to point out. In the history of this country, it's for the first time that we deliberately place children. And that's why we need everyone. But let me indicate that this required us to work together, everyone. We've set up regular quarterly engagements with representatives from organizations representing persons with disabilities. But we realize from the research and what we see across the country that if we don't change communities, the change that we make in schools will not work. So I've had the first meeting with the religious organizations for the first time. And we underestimated the work that, how much they really needed us. In other words, after that meeting, we get on with the work immediately. That was our first meeting with the first one. I'm talking about a big church, that's the biggest church in South Africa. So we are also making inroads there. I'm trying to find a date to meet another one next week, but that's how far we want to deal with this matter. And let me also move to the other, we've identified these 3 areas, these are 4 areas that we think that we are saying as a national department, let's focus on them. I had people confessing here, and the confession was that I have this disability. I stutter. And stuttering, if you look at the manuals for accommodations and concessions, you will find it as an example there. It's because when there are orals, because I stutter, I need more time for those kinds of assessments. Then we are going to, and stuttering is going to be one of those areas that we want provincial education departments in terms of the indicator in the annual performance plan to train teachers. We are identifying it as a specialized area. The other one is left-handedness. People don't think about left-handedness as an issue. Everything that you do, everything that is made is for the right-handed person. Look at the door handle, look at the hockey stick, everything, there is nothing for the left-handed person. There are how many kids are left-handed? Even sometimes you forget, you say left, right, but which one is left, which one is right for a left-handed child? Then there is this dyslexia, the dysgraphia, the dyscalculia is one of the areas that we need to focus on. And then there is ADHD. Now let me move because I've got 10 minutes. So I'm now going to move to something that we think is important for the country. I was tasked to talk to the policies, and I want to give you a bit of a history. And people underestimate our education system. Who knows when the first school was established in South Africa? We all work in education, right? MEC, I'm not intending to make sure that some of us, when they go home tomorrow, they don't have jobs because they don't know the system. When was the first school established in South Africa? 1652. Where was this? Cape Town. Yes. The current UCT is 1929. That school that was established, the school that was established in 1652, the school no longer exists. And the UCT, the first university, it was called a college at that time, it's 1929. Okay? That's the education system. It says all the 1652, that's the first school. When was the first school for children with disabilities established in South Africa? It was a school for blind children and deaf children. When was it established? Because I heard people talking about special schools here, and I thought they would know that easily. 1863. That explains why we are the strongest in South Africa when it comes to provision for learners who are blind and learners who are deaf. Because we have got a long history. But the problem with that school is that it was for white children only. That will explain why then you have more children, more black children out of school if you look at it now. Right? And I will tell you, you will see the compulsory education there. First provisioning, and that school is in Cape Town. So it's not a coincidence that you have Western Cape looking like they are doing much better. It's because it started there 1863. The school is Pioneer School. Then there was an act that, the first act for special schools in South Africa. When was this? The name of the act is Vocational Education and Special Education Act. When was this? 1928. 1928. And that was the first time that special schools, the education for a child with a disability, became the function of the state. So before that, from 1863 to 1927, the state did not pay attention to it. So you will see that why we are experiencing difficulties with the state paying attention to a child with a disability. It has a history. Then they revised, there were amendments to the 1928 Act. And that happened in 1937. Can someone tell me when was the year attendance in a school was made compulsory? 1937. Attendance in a school was made compulsory. Attendance for children with disabilities was made compulsory. 1937 in that amendment. And let me just go ahead and tell you that in terms of compulsory attendance, remember compulsory attendance is different from basic education. Compulsory attendance, you must be there at the school. In other words, you could be exempted in terms of Section 4 of the South African Schools Act. You could be exempted from attendance. But no one can be exempted from basic education in this country. So in other words, no child, no one can be deprived of basic education in this country. I will talk to that when I get to it. But I want to tell you about the compulsory attendance. It's 1937, then in 1983, compulsory attendance for who? For white children, Indian children, and black children. And again, black children are left out. White children, Indian children, and colored children, 1983. Again, black children are left out. That should explain why you have so many of them out. So in other words, what I'm saying is that push back to now, let's not leave them out again. Now, you have 1996. This thing is re-emphasized, 1996, Section 3 of the South African Schools Act, compulsory attendance, right? And the Bella Act, 32 of 2024, emphasizes it in this way. It says it's a responsibility of the parent to ensure that the child 6 to 15 is at school, right? That's South African Schools Act. 6 to 15 years, attend school. Grade 1, that's what it was saying, to grade 9, attend schools, right? But then the Bella Act takes it a bit further. It says, okay, there are other people who might prevent the child from attending school. Then it adds, any other person who prevents the child from going to school, how can they prevent it? The decisions that they take. In other words, no official, no principal can say no. I will tell you why that is. Can say no to a child, to basic education. And then you will see that then in 1948, the countries are moving and they are all dealing with the human rights violations. 1948, right? Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 26. But then as a country, we move the other direction. We adopt apartheid. The same year that other countries are adopting human rights, we adopt something else. and that affects education. Then in 1989, then then the country ratifies, we don't know how, it ratifies the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, Article 23. Remember that before that, the child was not regarded as a human being. If you look at the psychology book, they will be saying it. The child is an it. Then in 1989, they start recognizing the child is actually a human being with the rights. Then fast forward to our country, then what happens in 1996, then we adopt the Constitution, Section 29, 1A. The Section 29 is divided into two. Section 29, 1A and Section 29, 1B. Section 29, 1A, basic education. Section 29, 1B, higher education. But look, as a country then in 2011, then we move. We reframe Section 29, 1A. We reframe Section 29, 1A. How do we do this? There is a constitutional court order from KZN. What does it say? It says Section 29, 1A, it says, unlike other socio-economic rights, the right to a basic education has no internal qualifiers and it is immediately realizable. What does that mean? There are no conditions that could be attached to it. Nobody must wait for it. You can't say there's no money. You can't say I don't have a teacher. You can't say teachers have not been trained. That thing is gone because of that constitutional court order. You will remember that court order is a relative of the court order that happened in the High Court here about undocumented children. You remember that one? It says everyone has a right to a basic education, and then our constitutional court says it is immediately realizable. No one must wait for it. Now, and then you've got the South African Schools Act, which pushes that further, Section 3, and then there's a provision in terms of how exemptions should happen. We are currently working on a guideline for the exemptions to guide how heads of departments must deal with that. Then there is 2001, when we then promulgate the Education White Paper 6. How we are going to build an inclusive education system. There is always this debate about basic education and inclusive education. This is how you explain it, right? I'm talking for a policy perspective. This is how we are approaching it as a country. Education is a social good, right? That must be available and accessible to everyone. You will see Section 29, 1A in our Constitution, right? Education is a social good that must be available and accessible to everyone. And what is inclusive education if that is basic education for us, if that is education for us? Inclusive education is the mechanism that we use to make education available and accessible for everyone. Let me repeat that. Inclusive education is the mechanism that as a country we use to make education available and accessible to everyone. You will then see that inclusive education is a responsibility of all the officials in the system and all the schools in the system. Then we move to, and look, we start inclusive education before the convention. Then there's a convention on the rights of persons with disabilities in 2006. We quickly ratify it in 2007, right? We quickly ratify it in 2007, but we ratify it after we have Education White Paper 6. In other words, we're supposed to review Education White Paper 6, we didn't. We are only reviewing it like now. We started in 2023. The report must be out in 2026, right? So that's our policy. And then in 2014, maybe let me track back to the convention a bit. If you don't want to read the whole convention, at least read Article 24. It's about education. So then you can understand, because the president has signed it, therefore we have a responsibility to make it work. you will see that in some cases it kind of overrules Education White Paper 6. Right? It kind of overrules Education White Paper 6. So you must look at that, and that's what we need to do. Because each time we present to the UN, we get a bad report card, because we are not doing it. One of the questions that they are asking us, why is your number of special schools increasing? Remember, also the white paper is not saying that they will increase. It's saying we will repurpose them. It says those that were existing at the time, we will repurpose them. It's effectively saying what the HOD was saying. Learners must go to a school that is in their community, with other children in their community, sit alongside the other children in their community, and go back home at the end of the school day. That's Article 24. Now then in 2014, then we say the assessment, the identification must be changed, right? Policy on screening, identification, assessment, and support. Let me take the last S, it's called SIAS, the last S. The last S is support. Who is support? It's not inclusive education only. It's all the line functions in the system. What is the role of HR? They need a teacher, right? They need a teacher, right? What's the role of curriculum? Teaching and learning must happen in geography, in physical science, all of that, right? Finance. They must finance according to the system that we have adopted as a country. I heard Mr. Petuka saying there is no norms, no, that was not Mr. Petuka, that was Mr. Makalima, was saying there are no norms and standards for funding special schools. There is program 2 and there is program 4. Right? There's program 2 and there's program 4. Program 2, ordinary schools. Program 4, special schools. But as a country, we adopted a system that is united. That's one. In the same year, the government promulgated the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, 2015. The custodian of that white paper used to be DSD, is now the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. What does it contain? It's about mainstreaming disability. Each government department has particular roles to play. We've got our own roles as basic education. So each department in that white paper has its own roles and responsibilities in terms of mainstreaming disability. It's called a matrix of responsibilities. So that's why we see it. But then we also have court orders, right? I've referenced like 3 court orders. I've referenced the court order on undocumented children. That you can't be, because you don't have documents, then you are denied access to basic education. But secondly, then there is a KZN court order that says education, basic education, section 29(1)(a) is immediately realizable, right? Then there is a third one in 2010, the court order on the education of learners with severe to profound intellectual disabilities. These are the children that we are targeting for placement. And let me tell you a good story. In Circular S 28 of 2023, the DG was saying these are categories of the learners that must be placed because there are already schools for them. Those with mild to moderate intellectual disability, those with severe intellectual disability, and because we're beginning to find those that have no intellectual disability in community-based schools. So that's what the circular is saying. But look, provinces are moving, and they've placed learners with profound intellectual disability, not in special schools, in all the schools. They've placed more than 100 as we speak, of their own. Now, let me round up by saying there is then this myth, this misunderstanding. When you move out that door, please relieve yourself, free yourself from this misunderstanding. there is a misunderstanding that public ordinary schools will not cope with learners with disabilities. And it is often framed as if there will be a bus of children with disabilities to that particular school. If a school is lucky, they will have at the most 5 learners with disabilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ngobo. Can we again give him a big round of applause? That is very useful information, once again, that is going to help us in our commissions, so that we have this background, we have this important context. Thank you so much, Mr. Ngobo. Now, Utige, you also have a disability because you are stuttering. And as you raised that, I was wondering, ukhe kubekho abantu abafuna ucinga uba le nto yale complexion ingakhe ikrokreleke uba ingayidisability. Ndiyafuna kuyicacisa. No, it's not. It's not. It's just complexion. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now, in the next few minutes, take our institutions of higher learning, starting with, of course, with University of Fort Hare. It does seem, according to the program, that institution nganye inesabelo sento emayithethe ngayo. So, Prof. Ndambi, are you in the house? Thank you so much. Can you encourage Prof as she's coming up? Thank you so much, Prof. To be followed by Nelson Mandela University, and then Walter Sisulu will come as the third one. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I don't know if I'm able to move my slides with this. Okay, yes. Thank you so much, Program Directors. Okay, thank you so much. Greetings. I would like firstly to say my greetings to the Honorable MEC, Mr. Fundile Gade, the HOD, Ms. Sharon Masdorp, the Inclusive Education Directorate, especially Mr. Rodney Sikhobela, of whom we have been working with for some time, distinguished guests, colleagues from sister universities, officials from the department, and all stakeholders. Let me say good afternoon to you all. I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to bring a message of support from the University of Fort Hare, particularly from the Department of Speech Language Pathology. It is an honor to be part of this gathering that places the learner at the center of transformation, and to share how our work-integrated learning initiatives contribute to building the Eastern Cape we want. At the University of Wales, who work across the lifespan to support language, literacy, and learning. We share the Department of Education's mission to provide inclusive and innovative quality education that gives every learner a fair opportunity to succeed. Importantly, the University of Fort Hare is the only institution in the Eastern Cape offering a degree in speech language pathology. This means that we carry both privilege and responsibility to build provincial capacity, to develop local expertise, and ensure equitable access to language and learning support for all learners. Although the Indaba refers to internship programs within higher education and the health sciences, we use the term work integrated learning. Work integrated learning is a structured, supervised, and credit-bearing component of the curriculum that allows students to apply theory in real-world context. Through these work integrated learning placements in schools, hospitals, community centers, our students gain the competence and confidence to deliver contextually relevant, inclusive services. Work integrated learning is not just about training students. It's about preparing socially accountable professionals who will serve and remain in the Eastern Cape. Our work integrated model directly supports the national and provincial education policies. We've heard about the White Paper 6, which calls for an inclusive education system. Our students help operationalize this by supporting learners with language and communication barriers. The SEAS policy ensures early identification and support. Our students work with teachers and school-based support teams to assess and design intervention for these learners. The Bella Act emphasized linguistic inclusion and mother tongue instruction. Our department focuses on multilingualism and cultural relevance. The DHET's work integrated framework promotes authentic community engaged learning, which is at the heart of how we structure our placement. Together, these policies guide our commitment to ensure that learners are heard, understood, and supported. Speech-language pathologists are critical partners in inclusive education because language is the foundation of all learners. I gave an analogy of a butterfly to say every learner can start as a worm, but with critical support that is relevant, that is responsive to each individual child, we might see them as butterflies. And I think the HOD set this tone when she delivered her speech earlier to say that is our context, or are the context that we put our learners conducive for them to fly as beautiful butterflies? That's a question that we need to ask ourselves. As students and graduates identify the communication and literacy barriers early and collaborate with teachers to support the learners, they design language-rich, inclusive classroom and empower learners to express themselves confidently. When learners can communicate effectively, they can learn, they can participate, and most importantly, they can achieve. Let's visualize how our work translates into learner success. The speech and language intervention improve comprehension and expression. We work with literacy in terms of phonological awareness, vocabulary training that strengthens reading fluency, and of course, literacy. The teacher collaboration enhances classroom engagement and participation. And our multilingual support ensures equitable access to the curriculum. The outcome is improved academic achievement, greater confidence from our learners, and meaningful participation in learning. Our services don't just change communication, they transform educational trajectories. Indeed, as the province, you are trendsetters. We have service level agreement with the department. Our students complete work integrated learning in your schools. We have students placed in Port Elizabeth, we have Cape Recife, we have Goodwood, we have Sunshine. Our students are placed here in Emonti. We have your Arcadia, Parkview, College Street, just to mention the few. They are supported by the SLPs or speech language pathologists that you have employed in those schools. We are also proud to say that the province offers our students opportunity to serve in both rural and urban multilingual context, learning how to adapt to diverse learner needs. Through this experience, they develop clinical reasoning, cultural competence, and collaborative skills that prepare them for real-world service delivery. And as the only training institution in the Eastern Cape, these placements play a direct role in strengthening the province's inclusive education capacity. Our graduates go on to become inclusive education specialists, working within the school systems, communication and literacy consultants. I've heard that there's a lot of talks about the Indaba today, the commissions that will be going on tomorrow. We need to be in those spaces to contribute. Of course, I'm sure you've heard we're having a research week upstairs. That's where also we provide evidence-based solutions to all the challenges. Many of our students or graduates remain in the Eastern Cape because they come from here. And this ensures that the investment in their training continues to benefit local communities and schools. In this way, the work integrated learning serves as both career pathway, but also a provincial development strategy. The University of Fort Hare reaffirms its partnership with the department to strengthen work integrated learning, school collaboration, to align training priorities with inclusive education implementation, and advocate for linguistically and culturally responsive learning environment. We see this not as an academic exercise, but as co-ownership of transformation, where higher education and basic education jointly shape the future. As we build the Eastern Cape we want, let us remember, inclusion begins with communication, giving every learner a voice, and every teacher the tools to hear that voice. Through work integrated learning, we are building not only pathways from classrooms to careers, but pathways from potential to performance, and pathways from policy to practice. On behalf of the University of Fort Hare, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the department's inclusive education agenda. We firmly believe that together, we are not only training professionals, we are transforming the future of learning in our province. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Can you give Prof a round of applause? Thank you so much, Prof. Especially for your commitment that you'll continue working with the department in supporting the cause of inclusion. We now invite to the stage Walter Sisulu University. Do we have someone from Walter Sisulu? Oh, thank you so much, Prof. Bantwini. Can you encourage Prof. Bantwini with a round of applause? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for this opportunity. Let me begin by greeting our Honorable MEC, as well as the HOD, Mama Masdope, who's not here now, the leadership in the province, all the stakeholders who are here today, including the sister universities. My name is Zubongani Bantwini. I'm not in the program, but I do work for Walter Sisulu, so that's why I stood up and thought, let me come and hold the fort. Tadukad, I would like to start by appreciating your leadership that has organized this Indaba, inclusive education. This is very, very important because we view inclusive education as the cornerstone of equitable schooling. And equitable schooling, it ensures that all the learners, all the students, regardless of where they come from, regardless of their different abilities or diverse abilities, they participate meaningfully in education. Somebody said here, I don't know whether it was Utatu Petuga who said, it is actually inclusive education, it's a constitutional imperative. But I'd like to add and say it's not only the constitutional, but it's also a moral imperative. Having said that, despite the fact that it is actually a constitutional and moral imperative, it still faces systemic, social, as well as political challenges. And this is where the institutions of higher learning comes in, because they must equip the future teachers with knowledge, with skills and competencies to be able to create inclusive classrooms. Inclusive education, here's how we understand it, some of us. It is a philosophy, it's an approach to teaching and learning that ensures that all the learners, they have equal opportunities to participate, to learn, and to succeed together in a supportive and welcoming environment. It's not about, okay, Tuba, where is this one coming from and where is this one going? It focuses on removing the barriers to learning, promoting participation, and also valuing diversity. we still live in a society where you find that we don't recognize the diversity. But if we actually say we are being inclusive, we have to recognize a diversity. And just want to talk a little bit about the rationale for inclusion. Going back again to what was said by somebody, one of the colleagues here. Inclusive education, it's about human rights. The inclusion, it is about human rights. It is about social justice. It is about quality improvement, cognitive benefits, as well as the policy alignment. I'm not going to actually talk about the legislative as well as the policy framework. Quite a number of colleagues have already done to director. But if we're looking at inclusive, it is supported by our constitution. Our constitution talks a lot about that. Education White Paper 6, it talks about inclusive education. If you look at the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, talks about that. I can go on, and also cite the National Development Plan 2030. It's all about there. Now I want to look at the role of a teacher education or institutions, because what we do there, we prepare teachers. These are people who are supposed to leave our institutions knowing how to ensure that all the students, all the learners are included, that all the learners, they feel that they're belonging. So our role is to make sure that we actually do that. We have to expose them, even during e-teaching practice. But of course, there may actually be challenges when we talk about inclusive education. Part of the challenges that we have seen in our institution, as much as we talk about inclusive education, is that they still, our students actually, they get limited exposure to inclusive schools. There is that tendency of doing things as if we're all equal or the students are all equal, which is not actually necessarily the truth. I am not going to go, I prepared a presentation, program director, but I am not going to go through that. It is actually available, but I wanted actually to raise a couple of questions that I think moving forward, we need to take a minute and consider them. And one of those questions is, are we preparing our student teachers for inclusive? And I'm talking to the universities there now. Are we doing that? Are we preparing our student teachers for inclusive realities? Not only actually the higher institutions of learning, but even actually the Department of Education. And the other question is, how well do the Department of Basic Education and higher education collaborate to support inclusion from teacher preparation to school practice? Because my view is that the two directorates or departments, they have to work hand in hand. We cannot actually expect one without the other one. And of course, the other question is, to what extent do school leadership practices reflect commitment to inclusion and social transformation? I think we should also ask ourselves if our inclusive education support services functioning effectively. And also, how is progress in inclusive education monitored? Are we monitoring the progress in inclusive education? How is it evaluated and reported, not only at national, at provincial, but also at the national levels? And of course, the other question would be, what evidence do we have about the impact of inclusive education policies on the learner outcomes and teacher practices? And how can communities, because we can't leave them behind, how can communities and parents be empowered as genuine partners in building inclusive education? In closing, I'd like to underscore that we as WSU also see inclusion as not as an event, but a continuous journey of transformation. And we are already working, the good thing is that we are already working with the province. When it comes to inclusive education, we have a postgraduate diploma in inclusive education, and we have a cohort that we're given by the province that are doing that qualification. We also have a B.Ed honors in inclusive education, and we have actually the intake that started this year in June. We have about 93 in-service teachers who are doing that. But previously, we had almost 200 who did that B.Ed honors in inclusive education. So we also would like to say we are here to affirm our support, and we wanted to say to the province, we are at your service. Thank you very much.
Let's give him another round of applause. Oh, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof, again for the commitment to work with us. I think Professor Ndambi even committed that they will actually be working with us even in our commissions to shape up the content of the work that we are doing. Sizawucela ke ngoku director wale directorate, Mr. Lawrence Pata, because I am advised that Nelson Mandela is not here. So, hi ke, because I was guided by yourselves. My apologies, Nelson Mandela, can we give her a very big round of applause? Thank you so much, you are welcome. Madam, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Program Director. And I would like to give my due respect to the MEC and the HOD in her absentia, and all the esteemed delegates who are here, as well as the stakeholders who are present and absent who contribute to the priorities of the Eastern Cape. I'm Sina Mosito. I'm not a dean, but I come from the Faculty of Education. And one of my core responsibilities is inclusive education in teacher education. So I'm not necessarily speaking on behalf of the whole university, but I speak from my position as somebody who's in the business of teacher education. Our university, as we always say wherever we go, is that we are in the service to society, and we take that very seriously, especially because we are named after a very great man on whose footprints we walk, and we really want to emulate all his values in everything that we do. From the Faculty of Education, we contribute to the continuing professional development of teachers here in the province. We are also involved in initial teacher education, and one of our core mandates within the faculty, taking what the policies in teacher education command us, we want to ensure that every new teacher who has walked in our corridors and has participated in the various programs that we offer from B.Ed up to PGCE, graduates with knowledge, skills, and attitudes for inclusion. And that some of you are aware that we even participate in various programs, nationally and within the province as well, towards ensuring that we do graduate teachers with an inclusive consciousness. So we are here to really give our support to the Department of Education, Eastern Cape Department of Education, in all its efforts and initiatives as far as ensuring that all learners, and in a true sense, matter and are recognized as such, and we understand the role of teacher education in ensuring that the rights of all the learners are realized. So we are here to commit our support to the department in all your priorities, We are available whenever you need us to participate in initiatives of this nature and whatever else you might want us to help you with or to collaborate with you. It doesn't mean we are going to help per se because we are equal partners in this business. I know that recently at the university, last year around this time, we had somebody from the department speaking at our launch of the autism niche area. This is something that we are still committed to. We know that we made a lot of promises at that event, which we haven't yet realized, but we're working hard behind the scenes to make sure that autism education becomes one of the flagship programs within the faculty. So I would like to conclude by, as well, just as colleagues from WUSU, Walter Sisulu University, and University of Fort Hare have committed to always being available to the Eastern Cape Education Department to contribute, to work with you on all your initiatives, that equally as Nelson Mandela University, through the Faculty of Education, through the other units that are also working in the business of inclusive education, that we are available to work with you and collaborate with you in all those initiatives. And we thank you for inviting us here. Thank you.
Please give her another round of applause. Thank you so much, madam. Colleagues, you have heard the institutions of higher learning committing. We've had our other stakeholders, the teacher unions, and all the other labor formations who have a stake in education committing here. You've heard our head of department putting or setting up the scene. Now, I want to invite the Director for Inclusive Education. We have had our very important partners in this crime, DHET, here, committing and sharing all the useful information that we need. Ngoku ke, Director Lawrence Pata, come. Uzothetha lento kanye 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 ufuna siyenze. Thank you so much, Mr. Pata.
Honorable MEC, HOD and delegates, thank you for this wonderful opportunity to present a model that we have developed for the Eastern Cape Department of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes, Ms. Nglobo, sometimes better just to sit in the corner and don't become creative. Because when you become creative, you could either get into trouble or you can help a lot of kids. So we thought we're going to take the chance, become creative, and see how we can support, especially the black child in our rural communities. What can we do to support those kids that are falling through the cracks? I'm going to go into my next slide. So this is the presentation outline. I would like colleagues not to fall asleep during this time, because it would be important when you go to the streams and the commissions that you really understand what we're presenting to you, so that when you're in the streams, you can make a constructive input into the 3-year plan that we want to put onto the table after this Indaba. So I'm quickly going to go through it. I see my colleague only gave me 20 minutes, and I asked him why did he do that, because I asked for 30 minutes. So hopefully the program director will be merciful and also give me extra time if I run out of time. We're going to look at the following things as you can see them on the board. I don't have to read through them, but the crux of the presentation, ladies and gentlemen, would be the model of support provisioning that we have developed for the Eastern Cape Department of Education. Now the question would be, colleagues, why would we want to develop a model, and what is this model about? So that takes us to the problem statement. These are well-known facts, ladies and gentlemen. When we take a child away from his home and his community and we place that child in a special school, we're excluding that child from his community and his family. That is a colonized approach that has been coming a long time with us, where we believe that we have to take our children away from their communities, put them in special schools, and provide them with support. We want to, that's one of the concerns we have. The other concerns when we do this, we have overcrowded special schools. We have started a couple of years ago with 10,000 learners at special schools, Mr. Ngobo. We're at 10,700 now, and the number is just increasing because the prevalence of disabilities is increasing. And the question is, how do we provide support to those learners to keep them within their communities? It's wonderful to say, let's follow an inclusive education system, but you don't have mechanisms to make it happen. We want to make sure that when we do implement an inclusive education system, we do it in such a way that we are structured and we're responsible, and that we make sure that the child that finds himself with a disability in a mainstream class feels that he belongs there. We all know the budget for Program 4. Mr. Ngobo spoke about the budget of Program 2 and 4. It is an immense amount of money that we are spending to accommodate 10,700 learners within our special schools. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about 1.2 billion a year to make sure that we provide specialized education to those kids. And the question is, aren't there cheaper ways that we can do that will benefit the child so that our funding can decrease? We know how expensive it is to build special schools. It's a time-consuming process. It takes 5 years, and it takes a long time to build a new special school. Our residential care facilities, ladies and gentlemen, there's always a slight risk when those vulnerable kids go to residential care facilities away from their families, that they are placed at risk. There's nobody that can look after your child than the way that you can do it. So when we take learners out of their communities, we send them to special schools, residential care facility, it increases the factor of vulnerability. So what is the problem statement? Now, this is the problem statement that we came up about a year ago. We've been working on this model, Mr. Ngobo, for quite a while. And the problem statement, we thought, what is the problem statement? Well, the first one is, how do we meaningfully provide support to learners in rural communities, especially our black kids? How do we ensure that we create support systems within communities and allowing children to remain within their families and peers and not marginalize them from those mainstream schools? Then the third column, or the third paragraph, how do we conceptualize this into a working model that gives us direction on how to provide the support to those kids? We don't want to follow Mr. Ngobo that Esipeleni, is that correct? People with vulnerabilities and disabilities were just placed because the philosophy said so. And at the end of the day, we did more harm than good. So what we're saying from the Eastern Cape Department of Education, ladies and gentlemen, we want to follow a structured approach. Make sure that everything is in place for those kids when they do find their way into a mainstream school. And then one of the last things I would think is important, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Ngobo spoke about that, is the funding. Everything needs money, unfortunately. But you'll be surprised, MEC, that with this approach, it's actually far less cheaper than the approach that we have currently, and we'll talk about that. So the legislative framework, I'm not going to go into that much because our director from the National Department has spoken about that. So I'm going to skip over that just to save some time. And then I'm going to talk about Circular S28. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the main reason why we started this model, because the National Department from the DG gave instruction to provinces and said that out-of-school youth, those children that are in the Elspeth centers must be within 1 year be placed back into mainstream schools. Who are those children? Those are learners with severe, profound intellectual disabilities. That could be a child that's lying on the floor, that needs continuous 24-hour supervision. It could be a child with severe autistic behavior, that sensory issue, that gets overwhelmed with noise in the class. Anything could trigger that child. So the direction from the National Department, they gave us an extension until the 31st of March of 2026, I believe, Mr. Norbo. And the interesting thing, if you read this policy, and I think it was done purposefully so, it does not say place the learners, am I correct, at full service schools and special schools. It doesn't say that. It says place those learners in schools, which is enforcing the principle of inclusive education, and I think that is a brilliant move. Then that gave us the idea, how do we prepare to move forward to make this happen? We only not just developed the model to the National Department for the out-of-school youth, but we also developed the model for the kids that are in the school with disabilities to keep them there and make sure that we look after all the children with disabilities, so we expanded our approach. Now, the prevalence of disabilities, my information that I have is slightly different from what was presented by the National Department. But if you look at 1.7% of the population with intellectual disabilities and you go work it out, it means it's 35.6 learners out of 1,000. And we can go verify those numbers. So if you have 1,000 children in a school, it means 35 of those kids could have an intellectual disability. It is not all, what is that saying? Not all roses, and there is a saying like that. It is a bit more complex than what we say. We experience, if you talk to our therapists and our specialists, they will tell you, MEC, that it's not just 1 or 2 kids in the school. It's quite a lot of children that need support. And I'm only talking about intellectual disability. I'm not even talking about all the other types of disability. The prevalence of the MEC this morning in the briefing room spoke about what is the etiology of all of these disabilities? Why are they increasing? Dr. Fourie Cora van Vuren has indicated that 1 out of 125 learners are presented with ASD. And don't think you can just look at a child like this and say, this child has ASD. It doesn't work like that. They have behavioral problems because of the overstimulation about one factor that you're not aware of. Their diagnoses are complex and their interventions are complex. So we have 1 out of 125, and we wonder, where is it coming from? What is the reason why our children, that we have so many kids that we just can't keep up to provide places for those kids at special schools? Now, our strategic response is as follows. Develop a contextual response model for inclusive education in the Eastern Cape. And this is our unique model. Mr. Norbo, if it's perfect or not, that's the model we have now, and we are more than willing to adjust it as we move forward and as we learn better and as we get to understand things better. But it's a model that I think is working well. The vision is to build an inclusive education system anchored in human rights, children's rights, it's all about our kids' rights, equity, social justice, and belonging. And I want to stop at equity. it's not just, ladies and gentlemen, the equity of every child to have the right assistive devices. It's the equity within the system. Now, people in the audience might throw me with stones, and that's okay. It means, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at a rural school where there are poor communities and the parents can't pay school fees, how can you give that school the same money that you're giving to a school that's a Model C school that has millions of rands in the bank? How do we change the way we provide resources to our children that needs it the most? If we keep on doing the things we're doing now, the disparity between those that are wealthy and our poor kids will just keep on growing. So our model will move into a direction that we say, let's give more to the kids in the rural areas so that we make sure they get the support that they need. Then Ubuntu. Ubuntu is for myself, is such a lovely word. It means that we as a community will take care of our kids. Am I correct, ladies and gentlemen? We as a community will take care of our kids. We don't want to just send them away and label them. There is a place for that, but it's not the only way. Right, so the rationale for the model, I'm going to go a bit quicker now because I know my time is limited. These are the values that we looked at, to look at how do we develop a model. We try to move away from labeling, levels of support. We try to move away from the medical approach to incorporate a developmental approach. We try to have an interactive process, and we try to have a learner-centered approach. So these are the values that we looked at when we developed the model at my office with all my wonderful personnel. This is the basic model, ladies and gentlemen. This is the simplified one. I'll show you the more complex one later on. That model, as you can see, right in the middle is the child. Don't make decisions for a child without his or her parents. Don't think that because you're a teacher, you know best. Parents are central, and their children are central. You don't have the right to make a decision on a child without consulting the parents. Parents have rights, children have rights. And we need to start with the child as the center when we move forward. So that's why we put learner-centered developmental approach. So the developmental approach is, don't look at what the child did wrong. Oh, the child was fighting with so-and-so in the school. I struggle so with principals when they write the reports. Write your reports in a developmental fashion. You are so stuck in what the child has done wrong that you forget about all the positive aspects. Bring a balanced approach when we do our reports. And then we have 6 variables. So those are the 6 variables. I'm going to quickly go through them so that you are aware of them. I know Organised Labour has asked me, please take us slowly through this, because I know our Organised Labour is supporting us and are very passionate about this, and they really would like to have a good understanding of this model. So the first variable out of the 6 is the child that I've mentioned. There are 4 values that we believe is important: belonging, mastering, independence, and generosity. We don't want to, ladies and gentlemen, put a child in a class with 45 learners and he's crying the whole day because he doesn't feel he belongs. We have to look at each child individually. Mastering. Only when you feel, Mr. Ngobo, only when you feel I am welcomed, you start achieving. Isn't that a fact for all of us? When you're at work and your boss is always screaming at you and always being rude at you, do you feel like developing something, moving forward? You don't. You have to have a sense of, this is my place, I'm accepted here, and then you start becoming creative, and that's where you are learning mastering, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And then what do we want for our kids? We want our kids to be independent. MSc spoke about it this morning. Have a skill when you leave, and we want our children to become constructive members of society where they start sharing. Now, this is the heart of the model. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to focus on this slide. Has it moved? The next one. Where's the team that's moving the slide? Okay. So this model, this is very important. This is the heart of the model. What we are saying, colleagues, and DBE, please forgive me for this, but what we are saying is that we don't talk about levels of support. We talk of type of specialization that is required. That's the difference. Type of specialization. Children require different types of specialization. And what we are saying, ladies and gentlemen, our special schools will change its profile. They will become community schools with resources, but they would also admit learners with intense, complex, multi-complex needs that cannot find their way in a mainstream school. We really do believe, based on each child's specific circumstances. The reality is, however, ladies and gentlemen, our numbers of learners in our special schools will reduce dramatically if we move forward with this approach. But we do believe there is a space for special schools, but the profiling will change, their function will change, and there would be a large reduction of referring of learners. And then type 2. Now, type 2, ladies and gentlemen, is your children that follows the differentiated CAPS curriculum. Those are the kids with intellectual disabilities. What we're saying for these ones, and this is where I'm getting critique, and I have to mention it so that we can talk about this. We are saying, ladies and gentlemen there at the back, we are saying that firstly, let's consider placing that child in a mainstream class. Am I correct? With a severe intellectual disability. Let's start there. But when we see that this child cannot find his or her way, maybe due to sensory issues, maybe due to the large number of learners in the class, maybe because of the teacher not at that moment ready to deal with the child, we do believe that here and there, depending on the prevalence of the disability of SID, that we do open units in special schools. The idea, Mr. Ngobo, is not to draw all the people with disabilities to a school. We understand the principle of natural proportion. Each school must share the support to learners with disabilities. But we do say there is a place for learners to be grouped, smaller groups, good teacher-learner ratio applications, and we do believe that there is a space and a place for that. And if we are wrong, then so be it. Then that's type 2. So when you go to type 3, now this is our project for the coming year, Honorable MEC, is our learners that are deaf and blind. Believe it or not, we want to be the first province, and we're going to start that next year, that's going to start including our deaf learners and our blind learners into mainstream schools. It would be a structured approach where the resources are there, and we're going to identify schools where we can do it. We already have one blind child in a school, Alexandria Road, and he is happy as can be. Happy. Your deaf child, MEC, that goes in grade 12 in a special school, goes to varsity, and all of a sudden now he's sitting amongst all other children. Why should we separate those kids in our special schools? So, in our projects that we've done so far, we have not have a project for this one. This is our project for next year. We want to be the first province to do that, and we know how to do that. Type 4. Now, type 4 is the one that everybody's talking about. It's TOC. Honorable MEC, the TOC is not such a difficult thing to expand it. You know, you have vocational schools, about 83 curriculum is here. 83 technical vocational schools. You know, the TOC is just a watered-down program from the vocational curriculum. That just made it a bit easier for the children to access that program. So what we said, TOC, vocational schools, you will open your doors for us and you will admit at least 40 children next year for the TOC program with moderate intellectual impairment. And the response was absolutely wonderful. We have 12 schools that said, that's right, let's start it. So our TOC program is a great excitement because it gives the children technical skills. Unfortunately, our personnel allocation is not enough to go beyond 12 for next year. And then number 5, and I'll move quicker after this slide, is our whole schools. The full school principals that are here, we want to say, let's move towards a direction of whole inclusive schools. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to change our approach at full service schools. Full service schools are becoming a dumping site for children that nobody knows where to send them to. And it's an atrocity. The natural proportion of 5% is not applied in our full service schools. So we want to say, let's take inclusive education to all our mainstream schools and provide them with the right support. Type 6, learning support units. And on this one, I also might get a lot of trouble. But this is also done in Brazil, I believe. And I was so happy to hear there's another country that's also doing this, Mr. Matida, that we're not alone on this one. I know the Western Cape is also doing it. These are units where we give one child, one personnel to 15 learners, and we say you follow the academic curriculum and you can move in and out of the class. If you struggle with maths, you'll go to the class, you'll get the support. If you struggle with phonological awareness, you'll go to the class, you get extra support. These are temporary classes for learners to move in and move out within these units. And then lastly is type 7, it's examination and concessions. I just want to say one thing about examinations and concessions. Dr. van Vieren, that's sitting there at the back and are all quiet, she has helped us to write a manual where teachers can now assess learners for reading and writing. We don't have enough psychologists. We have thousands of children. I had one district 2 years ago that did not one concession application because they did not have a psychologist. I said, that cannot happen. We cannot wait for the dependency of specialists to provide the support to our kids. That's unacceptable. So what we did, we said, give the power to the teacher. He or she can do basic reading and writing assessment. That's all we need. The psychologist will sign it off, and that child will qualify for a concession when it comes to reading and writing. So our numbers of concessions will increase dramatically. So that basically, ladies and gentlemen, is the heart of this model. Then, now the program. So please take note of the following. On the DCAPS model, the SIT units, ladies and gentlemen, we are opening 80 units, 15 children in a unit next year. I've got all the personnel, I've got all the LTSM. We are opening 14, I think, TOC units, am I correct? TOC units in mainstream schools, and we are opening 24 learning support units next year. I think that needs a hand of applause. This is the distribution of these units within our districts. You can see there. Have a look, ladies and gentlemen. It's not fairly distributed. There are reasons for that. I want you to look at this when you do your 3-year planning so that we can make sure that our districts that has a limited number of these units, we focus on them. We want to focus, ladies and gentlemen, on our 39 poorest wards. That's going to be our focus for next year to expand the program. This is the CS process. I think the CS process, DBE, is very complex, very tedious, very slow, and a lot of children are not getting the support because of the CS process. But it is policy, we are following it, and we're making sure we abide to it. I hope there will be a critical evaluation of that as well. Criteria for support provisioning. This is the criteria, colleagues, that we will be looking at when we decide if a child needs support. I'm not going to go into that. Complexity of support. We are saying there are 3 levels, Dr. Ngobo, or Mr. Ngobo. We say multi-complex specialized type of support. And then we're saying complex specialized type of support. And then we're saying specialized support. So this is the way we look at what the need of the child is with specialized support services, rather than labeling child, you on this level or you on that level. And that gives us direction when we develop the model. I just want to stop on this one, curriculum provisioning. If you look at the last one, the technical occupational stream, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 little circles there. There's the OC, technical occupational, and then the DCAPS. That's the 3rd stream. That's called the technical occupational stream. Now, if you look closely, that stream is the stream that has been neglected. That is the stream that supports our learners with disabilities. And that is the stream that we are now taking to our mainstream schools. The occupational curriculum, that's why it's overlapping, links with the vocational stream. That's why we're introducing those programs into vocational streams. The DCAPS links to the mainstream curriculum, is just differentiated. That's why we're taking that program to all our mainstream schools. The last phase of the model phase is resource provisioning. Educators, support staff, professional staff, LTSM, operational funding and funding. Ladies and gentlemen, our model looks at all of those variables. Honourable MEC, we will not move forward if all of those things are not in place, and they are in place. So educators, this is the ratio that we're saying. We're saying the ratio, disability ratio, will follow the child. For a child with severe intellectual disability, we'll give that child a ratio of 3. It means you will have between 10 to 15 children in that unit in a mainstream class. For type 4 or type 3, it's 1 to 30, but that one is a bit complicated. We will do that one next year. We don't have those active units now. Type 4 is 2.5 weighting for a teacher, which gives us 17 to 20 learners for 1 teacher. So if we open a class with 40 TOC learners in a vocational school, we'll give them 2 teachers. The ratio is lower, they can then have better attention. And then when they're done with their class, they will go and play with the children of the mainstream school. Are you with me, ladies and gentlemen? We want inclusive education to be implemented. And then type 6 is our learning support units. We give them a weighting of 3. That means 1 to 15 in a class. So this one slide is important. I just want to summarize this slide. It means that, ladies and gentlemen, for next year, we will accommodate 1,200 learners that were usually severely intellectually impaired that were sent to special schools. We will now send them to mainstream schools. That's a major step forward. It means that 840 learners that used to go to Bergsig, Baseville, and those schools that are completely full, that can't get a space, we're going to place 840 learners within 14 mainstream schools to access exactly that same program. And then the last one, it means that for 285 learners, we are going to provide them, those kids with have specific learning disabilities, very light on the autism spectrum disorder, we're going to provide them with that. So it means in total, colleagues, 2,325 learners will be accommodated. And those are the personnel. They will all have teacher assistants, and they will all have a perfect ratio of personnel. So I'm going to now move forward quickly. These are our therapists that we have in the province. Take note how many therapists we have, occupational, quite a lot. With the support of our MEC and the HOD, we've increased that capacity quite a lot. This is the therapist distribution within districts. I don't have time to go into that. This is the therapist and psychologist distribution versus special schools and districts. I don't have time to go into that. This is the distribution of our psychologists within the province. As you can see, how many there are, psychologists at district, head office, psychometrists and counselors. Professional staff, I just want to say this. When our children now place in these mainstream schools with disability, the Elspeth teams will support them. The MEC outreach that he does every year in September, they will support these children, and the district-based support teams and our special schools as resource centers will support them. This is the funding. I just want to read this before I end off. An interesting calculation indicates that if learners are supported within an inclusive education system, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about learners with disabilities, we can provide 49,000 learners in comparison with 10,500 for the same budget. Not the COE budget, just the budget on LTSM and on operational costs. It's a far more effective, financial effective way of doing it. I'm going to skip on all of these things. These are all the LTSM we've provided. All our schools are ready. They have LTSM. They have everything they needed. We're going to complete it with training. Before we place any child in a school, the training will be done, and we're currently finalizing that. And then HR, are you here? Where's head office HR? These are the requests we've made for bursaries. Ladies and gentlemen, take note of that so we can capacitate our teachers in the following bursaries. I'm also not going to go into that. And this is the extended model in front of you. That's what it looks like. Then the last two things before I end off. Data management system. We cannot continue in the Department of Education if you don't have a proper data management system. We have to be able to know where are the kids, what is their disability type. We are just touching in the dark and we always sometimes guess. We have now developed tools that will give us that information. I'm not going to go into that. And then I want to end off to say, ladies and gentlemen, we have a task team where we bring all the stakeholders together, from the disability sector to unions, to universities, to everybody you can think of. We've had our first meeting. This structure will monitor the implementation of this program. The way forward. I'm just going to mention a couple. We want to expand the deaf and blind program within our schools. We want to take this program to our 39 wards, poor wards. We want to centralize some of the LTS and budgets so we have better control. We want to look at the city schools to introduce the TOC and many more things. And I want to end off the following to say equity, promote the value of equity. And that's the last slide. We have to make sure that equity happens within the system, not just what we give to the child. For me personally, Honorable MEC, for me personally is to make sure that that child in the rural area gets the support that he or she deserves. Thank you very much.
Please give Mr. Pata another big round of applause. Thank you so much, Lawrence. Thank you so much for this plan. Very convincing. Thank you so much, Mr. Bada. And I hope that we note the types of support, which really marks a very big shift from how we have actually been looking at the support that must be provided. It's a complete plan. It seems that you've actually developed it up to a point where we even have a clue of its cost implications. Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, just a small change on our program. We are not going to take the Honorable MEC now, but instead we are going to break for lunch. The MEC has agreed that he still has time, that he will be the first when we are coming back from lunch. Our lunch is allocated 1 hour. As you can see on the programs, we are exactly an hour behind. So we still must make sure that we will recover that time. So the time now is 2:10. So can we be invited to lunch, and that we are back at 3:10? In fact, we should be seated at 3:10. I am told, where are the organizers and the ushers? I am told that lunch is served in this direction. So can I ask someone to guide the MEC, the DDGs, and the guests to lead them to this direction? Who is doing it? Is Zagalu? Okay. And also, can I ask someone to guide everyone else to whatever direction that we must go? So I will ask the guests, the universities, to join the MEC, yet to join the MEC, DBE, SANASE, our unions, to join the MEC, our guest speaker, the judiciary. Yes. So can all those colleagues join the MEC as the lady is leading? Then, yes. Mna ndizawuzabela apha ku-MEC. So I'll be following. Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. Lunch is served. the last session for the day. I promise you, we have only 3 speakers during this session, and we still want to make sure that we are not too far from the time that is actually stipulated here in the program from finishing. So as I say that, colleagues, I'm just waiting for you to settle down before I can invite the MEC. So can you please, Langamandla, sihlale phansi. Ibuffet yasebuthi ayipheli into zikaba. Ningathi kanti nijonge uba kuzawude kuhlanjwe imbiza. Masithathe eli thuba as I welcome you back to this session. Ndicele ngembeko efanelekileyo umphathiswa wesebe lezemfundo kweli phondo laseMpuma Koloni, Honorable Fundile Gade, okokuba eze azokuthetha nathi. Over to you, Honorable MEC. Can you please encourage him with a big round of applause? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, DDG. Let me take this opportunity to greet all of you, especially those that comes outside of the sector, and for the contribution that they have made in ensuring that at least we have a session where we can reflect and look into some of the issues that are going to be lifted in this Indaba today from a different angle, from the angles that were used as a sector. Let me take my hat off to the universities that have been part of the participants today, because some of the issues that I think are going to be engaged even tomorrow will require a deeper thought and an intellectual depthness on the policy evolution of the nation, the impact from the researchers, and the strategic goal that the nation has agreed on, and how should we then evolve as government so that we can be able to meet the targets, not just in a statistical way, but also in terms of the significance of those that rely solely on the interventions of government for them to make a living. So that's why I am, Prof, taking that quite very seriously. Let me also thank the detachment of the sector from the districts up to the head office, led by the HOD and the DPE delegate that is here. The CEO of Eastern Cape DIET and other NGOs and NPCs that could be here that I might have not noticed. As I was seated down there, DDG, I was trying to synchronize the inputs that were presented here and I was trying to answer one question. How do we have one message but many voices? And how do we institutionalize the perspectives that we have so that we don't further compartmentalize the institutions that we lead to an extent of being a danger to themselves before they become a danger to those that rely on them to be served. I'm rising with that question, not for me, but for all of us, because my sense is that, Chair, let's agree that the nation has agreed on a strategic task. Among such tasks is an inclusive society. Before we talk inclusive education, let's first talk about government, not the sector. What is the perspective of government about us as a society? And why government made a concession on a strategic question of an inclusive society? Why? Now, that will make you able to then dovetail the mandate of the sectors of government. From an education point of view, what is the meaning of an inclusive society? From a health point of view, what is the meaning of an inclusive society? From a Department of Safety and Liaison, what is the meaning of an inclusive society? From a Department of Health and Technology, Science and Technology, what is the meaning from them of an inclusive society? So, I'm bringing that discussion, colleagues, so that we can at least liberate ourselves from defending undefendables. Before we liberate those people that are walking on the streets, the liberation is needed here. Both psychologically, mentally, and otherwise. We need to liberate ourselves. When we agree on a nation-building project, there was a reason. Whatever efforts that are put in place by government as a direct response on the nation-building project is informed by a scientific research that we are a nation whose nationality is in question. The then president used to say we have got two nations within a nation in this country. We have got two nations within a nation in this country. And I'm then saying that's the elephant in the room here that we needed to deal with so that we can be able to liberate ourselves in trying to deal fundamentally with some of the backlogs that we have, even from a policy point of view, before we can talk about deliverables. Before we can just talk about deliverables, what are these policy imperatives that probably we have not touched? We just brushed them and passed by the way on them. As a result of that, now they are, as the day by day continues to pass, they show their ugly face, and now you become an institution that is in stagnation in terms of how to transform itself before it can transform the society. Before it can transform the society, It is battling with in transforming itself. I agree, Prof, that the issue of inclusive education is not just a constitutional imperative. It is a moral question. It is a moral question. But I will pose a question to you again, that when you have got a nation that does not appreciate the moral compass, is it possible for you to achieve what you are going to say about here today and tomorrow? Because us is about searching for a compass, and we are battling in getting the signal of that compass. We're battling in dealing with the signal of getting that compass. And I'm then saying, before you talk about the constitutionality of the inclusive education, do you have morals to first appreciate that this is a constitutional matter? Both individually and collectively. Do you have that appreciation? And if then you have got a crisis of moral bankruptcy as a nation, what are the implications in terms of the task that we are going to set ourselves here? I'm just citing those questions so that you can be able to understand that the task in front of us is not a task of basic education. It's probably a task that requires government in general. I was once in Flagstaff sometime last week, if I'm not mistaken, Velan, handing over a school there. And I was then arguing with those people there to say to them, you know, sometimes some of the things that continues to be a thorn in the flesh of governance, not government, governance, we don't usually want to talk about them. We like to present a narrative that tomorrow we can easily get what we want without appreciating the obstacles that are there, that some of those obstacles are man-made, by the way. Last Wednesday, Premier convened a special exco, DDG Mkhitar. In my entire life, I've never been so traumatized like the meeting that I had last Wednesday. I always regard myself as one of those people that are not that much difficult in understanding the policy environment of government and therefore understanding government. But in that CEM, I realized that in actual fact, I know nothing. That was a meeting. I just want you to draw to that meeting so that you can benchmark on this discussion and understand why I am saying there are other people that are supposed to be in this meeting that are not here for you to succeed on this task that you have presented here. The Premier convened a security justice cluster. Your SIU, Hawks, all those components of a security cluster of police and all that, intelligence and all that stuff. And interesting presentations came in. Uthi provincial commissioner, imandate yamapolisa kukubamba xa kubonakala kukho into ezingenzekiyo kakuhle ekuhlaleni. But imandate yaba bakwa NPA kukureduce ezi cases thina sizisayo. whether done or not done, there must be a decrease of cases. On the other side, you are saying you are dealing with crime, a bold statement that we must deal with crime. Now, and I'm then saying, does that not suggest a policy harmonization within government? Kutheni ndibetha insimbi yokungena kwesikolo wena ubetha insimbi yosikhupha? Ndibetha insimbi yokungenisa isikolo apha wena ubetha yosikhupha at the same time. Uba kunjalo, it means kalo mna ndibetha insimbi yongenisa isikolo wena ubetha yosikhupha. Ngomna ndimepha eminyango ndinkankqezisa insimbi bangenani wena uthi nihleleleni apha phumani. So what I'm trying to say, colleagues, as we engage on this debate about rebuilding the system on basic education, we must understand that at a particular point, there is going to be a traction of other sector government departments so that you can unearth some of the hindrances that are there, so that we can be able to deal fundamentally with the barriers that are there. The basic education is seized with issues that are beyond its direct scope. That's what I'm trying to say. Ngobe sipha kusasa kwi-brief, I said to those that were there, as a nation, we are owing each other a research throughput. Before we can talk about disabilities, we are owing each other a throughput either from the researchers of government or from the Department of Health. Why all of a suddenly? If today there are 10 kids that have been given birth, 6 of them has got a disability of whatever kind. What is it that we have not picked up on this current generation of young people that have got ability to give birth to kids? Before we build schools of speciality, before we go to whatever policy intervention, what is it that we have not picked up in the system? Just to summarize this question probably for those that might be complex for them. Why must I build a school here? What's this area? Let's say it's Quickney, this area. Why must I build a school here in Quickney? Not first have a health report card of each and every household of this area. So that ungathi sosakhile isikolo and you have built a wrong school in that community. Because there are no patterns that have indicators for you that generally in that community there is this particular pattern, and therefore your schooling system must be responsive to this. So that we can migrate, Chief Director Jack, from building schools on the basis of numbers of learners. Yes, numbers are in agreeing with us, but content of the numbers, what is it saying? Exactly what the Director for School Inclusive Education was saying here, that you need to go deeper to say, okay, fine, there are 500. What are the challenges of this 500 that we are talking about? So that you don't just build a school on the basis of the 500 as you reduce the kids of the people into a statistic. We get deeper to understand the terrain so that as instruments of government we present solutions to them, not in perpetuity of the crisis that has been there for quite some time at that particular point in time. So I'm saying the white paper 6 guys, has been there. And the building of Inclusive Education and Training Act of 2001 has been there. That's why I started to say, when are we becoming a Department of Education? So that it is not a responsibility of that chief directorate. It is the responsibility of an institution, holistically, the issue of a transformation. It is not a responsibility of basic education, but a responsibility of government entirely when we agree on a transformation pattern or a transformation agenda that is there. Because allowing basic education to continue with its strategy of transforming the society, only to find that you have left a number of departments of social cluster, you are going to come back where they are. You are going to come back where they are. Why? Because you have solely moved as a sector, not as government. I always say, when I'm handing over a school in rural areas, what is the strategic perspective of other departments about this 1 million investment that I'm leaving here today? If we have built a 1 million rand school here, what is the relationship of this investment to Department of Sport, Department of Social Development, Department of Agriculture, and Department of Economic Development? Because ultimately, basic education's strategic task is to build levels of intellect in a society. Our strategic task here is to build a human capital. But that human capital must be deployed elsewhere when we concluded that assignment. Now, I'm then saying, you have invested now this 200 million here. How does this 200 million investment relate with other strategic goals of other departments at that particular level, so that we can be able to resolve the issue of the alignments? We can't be talking about alignments of policies since 1994 up until today's date. There is something wrong with us. Andifuni ke ndibe ngathi ndizopoliticize le platform. Kodwa there is something wrong with us, Njobe. You can't have deputy ministers in a country and only to learn that after 30 years, they don't have a delegated function. And you come and pretend as if everything is normal here. Now, ziyaqabana ngokupha kukhona yaziwayo ba, by the way, ndixhomekeke ekuthandeni kwakho uze ndiphangele apha. We can't behave like this. We can't behave like this. We are running government here. It has got nothing to do nokuthandana, nokucaphukelana. It has got more to do on how to save the lives of the people. And I'm then saying, again, this policy alignment is manifesting itself here, because these kids must be tested before they can be absorbed in the livers of basic education. They must be tested. And the director for inclusive education is making a proposal that probably let's go for training of educators so that we don't rely on another department to do a task for you. If I yenzanga uzothini. That's why we are always suspects that when we talk about numbers in the system, we talk about only those that have been enrolled. The actual fact, there are so many kids that are there that might have not been tested. And remember, this is basic education. Once they arrive at 19 years of age, they are on the exit point of basic education. So that's a risk on its own, because it means you have got a risk of a battalion of unemployed youth that could have not been skilled enough, then they will become something else at a particular point in time. And they become a problem to those communities and to those to those households that are there. So that's why I'm saying, colleagues, let's knock the door to almost all of us and begin to have an ecosystem that begins to appreciate the coexistence of the sector departments that are there, so that we can achieve the milestones that are there. On this paper that we are presenting to you, we are talking about the dismantling of governmental silos. Before you talk about governmental silos, DDG Mkhithi, you have got a serious problem of chief directorate silos. Hence, you are going to have different narratives and different data analysis and different statistics from the same department, because there is no cohesion of information and there is no appreciation that this task that I'm doing here in curriculum has got a relationship with another branch that is not necessarily curriculum. There's got another relationship with another branch, which is corporate services. But we are not running those branches here. We are running an institution. So, how do you then, your analysis of a branch becomes an analysis of an institution? How do we persuade, influence each other so that we have got a central point of convergence? For example, the model that you are presenting here, I agree with you, let's develop a context-responsive model for inclusive education in the province, a learner-centered one. Listen here, Director. Your narrative must be a same narrative to the Director on Human Resource Management and Administration. This narrative must sink at a Human Resource Administration and Management Director, so that you don't fall in a trap of moving in and out of offices, trying to persuade an individual to understand a policy imperative of an institution. So that's why I'm saying, there comes time now that when you discuss serious issues like this, you don't send junior managers. Because the problem of sending junior managers on policy issues like this, now those directors must go back and brief chief directors. Chief directors must go and brief DTGs. And if DTGs do not agree, what is going to happen? You're going to come here back again. So I'm saying policy-related matters requires people of authority. So that if there is anything that you disagree with, you must raise it here. You must raise it here, and you get corrected and clarified here. Because the implications are dire. As I'm getting out here, the media is waiting for me there, as the chief spokesperson of the sector. Whatever that I'm going to say there, and you decided in your corner that that is not workable, is a problem. Because I have already indicated that you said here, this is what is going to happen. So, trust and deficit between government and the public is of paramount importance at this particular point in time. So that's why I'm saying, colleagues, whoever has thought about this platform and whoever has thought about this model, you have saved us. You have saved millions of kids of this country. Don't be tired in panel beating basic education. You are driving a wagon that is facing a wind of resistance. Because this wagon of yours requires wheels to change the abnormalities into normalities. And unfortunately, you must understand that in whatever phenomenon in a society, there is always a beneficiary and a victim. No matter how bad a system was, there were people that were benefiting in that bad system that we are talking about. So now, if you then talk about inclusive education, it means if in your school of thought, your orientation from a funding point of view and resource allocation must change. Must change. You can't be seated here and say there is no school funding norms for disabled kids. That thing must be corrected as early as yesterday. Must be corrected as early as yesterday, because the system is going to make the kids to fall within the cracks. You are going to have kids that are going to fall by the wayside, some falling within the cracks of the system, precisely because instruments that we use are not necessarily assisting us in getting to objectives that we have set for ourselves. So I'm saying, we may not have a policy national, we may not have a policy as a sector, but let's work on something that we have. Make an advocate about it, create a platform of engagement about it, so that we can at least be able to deal fundamentally with some of the problems that are there. Lastly, for me, TDG, so that I don't waste your time, can you agree with me on the following 6 points that must be done? I am just getting out of theorizing now to practical things that must be done. Can we fix these 6 points for me? Can we just fix these 6 points for me? One, we need to encourage our sister departments to embark on an intensive joint health, social development, advocacy drive on family planning. It's a sensitive matter, this one. It goes back to the question that I raised. Are you going to mitigate or to develop a policy of mitigation for something that you do not know as a cause? You must first know what are the causes, then you mitigate. You can't mitigate for something that you do not know. So that's why I'm saying, bring in Department of Health, bring in Department of Social Development, bring in Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs that is running municipalities, so that you have got a word-based analysis of what is exactly happening here. You need a wall-to-wall, word-based model from this model that is being proposed here, so that the circuit managers that are managing those schools within those particular wards, as demarcated by local government, there is an appreciation of a policy that is in place and that is known by everybody. So that we don't talk to ourselves. We talk to the constituents that we serve. Secondly, let's encourage again Department of Health, working with relevant universities to commission a research on how gene editing can mitigate certain disabilities, chronic conditions, and any disorder at an embryonic level of human development. That research that I talked about earlier on. We are in a digital environment now that we can't negate, that we can't deny. But the fundamental question is, how do we then, as Department of Health and other departments in this space, usurp the gene editing to mitigate the disabilities that we see, using the technology that is there already, that has been invented? I was schooled a couple of weeks ago, DDG, that there is already an instrument that is used in United States of America with all the flaws that they have, that they put into the head, and the thinking of that individual is aligned to the device in front of him or her. The thinking itself translates itself into that device that has been put here, such that that laptop or iPad wrote what you think without you writing. So I'm saying, how do we then usurp such kind of opportunities in the best interest of closing the gap for the kids that have got disability, than demonizing them, making them to be ashamed of themselves as if they are half human beings? How do we deal with that particular question? But we are then saying there, you need to do that at an embryonic level of human development, which means at an earlier stage of cognitive development, when the kids have just been born, you insert that so that there is a trackable, traceable intervention from that individual at that particular level. I know that it might be expensive for a country developing like ours, but I'm saying, if we can do what is right with money and stop doing what is not right about money, there is nothing impossible. Ingxaki yethu ayomali kweli lizwe. Ingxaki yethu bubukleva obungapha kokuqonda kweli lizwe la kwabantu abathile abacinga imali yalapha yabo. Now you talk about people that are jobless, whilst there are people that are stealing their money to be employed. So how do you relate the two? Can you go to that family that has got 5 kids that are unemployed and try to explain the Madlanga Commission on them? We must get our socks up. We must get our socks up. To that family that has got kids with masters, now watching a TV. Oh, why am I not employed? It's because of this. And no one wants to take responsibility over that. And I'm then saying, these are things that we must just find a way to answer them and put a rest on them. They are not part of the DNA of the South African society. They must be stopped as early as yesterday. Failing which, you are going to have a problem here in this country. Avoid having young people with a sizable percentage that have got nothing to do. You run a risk of an abrupt spring here. Once you do that, we are fortunately as a nation, colleagues, we have agreed on the national health insurance. But I'm then saying again, how do we then source technology from the companies that are developing implementable brain-computer interfaces to merge the human cognition with artificial intelligence? As we develop the national health insurance, how do we then bring this model that now is being proposed here? Because you are going to need the Department of Health for the success of that model. So how do we deal with that? Fourthly, colleagues, How do we bring the work of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research to develop our own neurotechnology and any technologies that can be used to prevent or mitigate any forms of disability? It goes back. Mosi, abanye bethu batya ipilisi apa that are coming from this neuro, whatever, deficiency that is there. How do we then usurp the science that is already there? And how do we then usurp the information and the ability that we have? Lastly, we must strengthen our stakeholder collaboration, innovation and initiations to repurpose and concretely achieving inclusive, innovative, quality education. I was worried by one speaker here. Ndihleli phansi ndithi, "Hey, ngumuntu osuka phi lo uzothetha inyani kwindawo enabantu abaninzi kanje?" One of the weaknesses, DDG, whether it was deliberate, unconscious, unwittingly, or whatever concept you can bring it to it, was the mentality that we have in the past. Of thinking that when you redeploy in access teachers, indawo yodampela abantu abangafunwayo le. Here we need teachers of speciality here. Not people that are a product of redeployment. You need teachers that have been trained thoroughly for 4 years in university on how to deal with the conduct of the learners that has got these disabilities. Not a microwaved teacher. Not a microwaved teacher. You need to be deliberate in investing bursaries to these universities and say, according to the research, there seems to be a number of kids that are coming into the show with a number of disability disorders. And therefore, universities can yocinate, alter the curriculum, alter the programs, and begin to be responsive on matters that are affecting people. So that we engage each other. Liphelile ixesha lento yokubana ngoku isenate ye-university izawuthatha isigqibo only to find that no man esi sigqibo siphinda sisibeke kwimeko yokokuba ngoku sesihambile iminyaka emihlanu kuphinde kuthiwa hayi man ba-redundant aba bantu kwisystem. Ba-redundant. So that's why I'm then saying, colleagues, we just needed to be particular, specific, time-bound, resource-driven, and have an agility to make a change. And coerce everybody to support a particular perspective that can be in the best interest of everybody. That's the only task that we are left with now. Otherwise, we'll have a serious crisis. We need to appreciate that basic education is forever a developmental tool. I like Mamupula, because Mamupula is always accepting the fact that the curriculum is not a God's given gift. Every day you need to ask one question: why the system is producing unemployable people? Now we are writing examinations. I'm sitting down, sorry, DDG. Bear with me. We are writing examinations now. 111,000 kids are writing examinations in this province. Can we trace them after 5 years? Where are they? What are they doing? Have they been able to change the conditions of their households? And I'm then saying, if we can't do that, Director for Curriculum, It means the entire system is a remedial education system. Why is our schooling system unable to produce results within the 7 hours that are prescribed by law? Why? What are the implications of an institution of learning that must have a disciplinarian within the SMT for the school to produce a result? Are you then suggesting that the system is incapable of producing results and therefore there must be somebody okhupha amehlo amakhulu ukuze kuphume results? Ngaphaya omnguni bamgadile nge-Labor Relations Act bafuna umwonisha lo uthreatenisha abantu okanye bafuna umgxotha. Can you see the disjuncture where it is? On the other side, these teachers are sacrificing everything for this throughput to be there. On the other side, they are confronted by communities that do not want to accept that they do not have families. Go with this message today. Very few kids in this country that are coming from families. Basuka aba bantwana emizini, not emakhayeni. Banamakaya aba bantu. Babe benamakaya, some of the things that they are doing, they won't be part of their lives here. So, but need a serious interventions for them to be taken out of the social incoherence that is happening there. So that's why I'm then saying, colleagues, your mandate goes beyond this particular platform of basic education. It has got more to do with an alignment of policies, an appreciation of the task at hand, and the targets thereof of the broader government than yourselves as a basic education. But ke sekunjalo, somebody must start something. Awuzulinda kaloku ukuthi hayi ndabalinda ke mhlaba baba kwi-level yokucinga efana nam. Akuqhutywa kanjalo. Uzobuqhuba nale indlela ucinga ngayo, athi ke ngokomnye umuntu onenye imbono ebhetele kunala yakho azoyipresenta so that we can reinforce the skills and reinforce the thinking of the nation. So that's why I'm saying, as I'm sitting down, you must understand how important this debate that you are going to engage in here today. And you must not take your eyes off the ball. You have got an enemy within the house here. Don't look outside. The enemy is here in the house. What is your enemy? Your enemy is anti-intellectualism in this country. Unengxaki yabantu akufuneka kungacingwanga, funeka yonke into ithithwe nje as something ordinary. We are conducting scientific life here. So you need a bit of levels of intellect across all sectors. That's why I was saying in one of the funerals, at a particular time, not now. Kuzofuneka napha ekhaya eParliament. Xa sisenzana i-oversight, ndikubuza uba uyayazi le nto uthetha ngayo qala. Le nto uthetha ngayo uyayazi. So that you don't come with prepared questions here. That you don't even know what the meaning of the questions that you are asking. For this government to move where it requires a contingent of levels of intellectuals. There is no development outside of intellectual capabilities. It can't. So that's why at least we must be patient with each other to say, how do we grow where we are? And how do we ensure that we place right people at right time? Ndingutishala Mosim. Kuthiwa mandihambe ndiyojonga besasikolo sakhiwe kakuhle. Njani utishala? Utishala. abone i-design wrong ye-construction? Hayi ndabuza. Utishala abone i-design wrong ye-construction. Yena lo we-construction, what advice can he give us on pedagogy in education? So I'm saying, place people at right times, at right places, so that we can resolve the X here. We can solve the X. Be patient with us, Director for Inclusive Education. This model, we are going to assist you. And we are going to make sure that it is presented in the table of the CEM, and it is an agenda of the minister that we have in this country. Just like the mother tongue bilingual education, that is an agenda of this nation now. When we started it in 2012, we were told that no, they are trying to justify their failure rate. Zitsho i-academics. Kuthiwa hayi, bazama ujustifya ukufailisha kwaseMpuma Koloni ngoba balekela kwi-mother tongue bilingual education. Language is a reflection of power relations in a society. And language is language, not an ability to think. Into khumsha kwakho ayikwenzi bube clever. Ungakhumsha kanti akukho kwalo mkhumsho wakho. So must we understand why some of the policy interventions are being made so that the nation can realize identity. The nation can get the ability to move. Starting from an identity point of view, you are an African. And you must emulate somebody that we have not seen here. What kind of a nation is that? So that's why I'm saying these are quite complex matters that requires people with capabilities to think, people that has got an appetite of being criticized, and people that do not take offenses when they are criticized. Thank you so much.
I thought we would appreciate this input by a standing ovation. Thank you so much, MEC. And you continue clapping until the MEC takes the comfort of his seat. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. Masibulele kakhulu ke mphathiswa. When